Chapter 501. The members of the Burning Delta were tense. John understood completely, as it hadn't been long since the end of the war. Furthermore, they knew that one of the strongest people on the planet was going to show her face. Even with John there to balance her out, it was reasonable for them to be nervous. They were capable of causing significant collateral damage that the other couldn't feasibly stop without absorbing every bit of every attack. They shouldn't be fighting, though. Everything indicated that things were going well. Scouts reported only Aldera and the much weaker diplomatic members with her. They weren't weak, but they were within the consolidated soul phase or early ascending soul phase instead of mid or late. Not the greatest threat she could bring. John wanted to trust her. Whatever part of Mateo was within her at least seemed to have good intentions, but more than a few things had happened to make him doubt whether that was possible. Aria's death meant nothing to him, as John didn't really know the details of who was responsible for previous negotiations failing. But they couldn't afford to continue the war, so they had to try trust once more. He could feel her coming from a very long distance away. Aldera was powerful and easily recognizable. Familiar, too, in an uncanny way. Like meeting someone with the same face or voice as a loved one, but missing key features. Though John hadn't experienced even a couple hours of interaction with Aldera, they'd fought, briefly spoken, and then departed. Their second meeting had been shorter because they skipped the part where they tried to kill each other. He felt her approach somewhat before he sensed other factors approaching. Complications. Water, earth, and darkness. They hadn't been invited, but John couldn't exactly tell them not to come. They weren't weak or little kids. The triplets were on pace to arrive just slightly before Aldera. He wondered if they had adjusted their pace to maximize their chances. John didn't say anything as they arrived. He just continued to monitor Aldera's approach. Their presence didn't seem to have deterred the incoming ship, which maintained the same velocity. When the ship arrived, John was waiting with Zdislava. It would be rude to simply ignore the sect where everything was taking place, after all. Not that John thought she would be petty about it if he didn't, which was part of the reason he chose this place. It was the closest place to the continent that wasn't inside their borders, and also the outsiders he trusted most. Zdislava bowed politely, far enough to show respect, but not subordination to the Empress. Welcome to the Burning Delta, Empress Aldera. And greetings to you, chosen envoy. Her name is Fermina, Aldera commented, a bit brusquely. Her eyes were scanning between John and the triplets. Perhaps you can become acquainted while I endeavor to speak with others. John had the feeling she was now more used to commanding people. Even her request was much like that, though it wasn't strange for someone in such a prominent position. We can provide our best chambers for your meeting, Zdislava said. I will meet wherever it pleases the sect head of the 6 Elements Crossroads. John wondered if she felt awkward using his name, especially without a title like Emperor. John waved his arm. Come, let us speak. The triplets naturally joined them. It was awkwardness all around as they walked at a fairly normal pace across the island the Burning Delta made their home. It wasn't even close to a human walking pace, but John still wished they could have been faster. But then they were awkwardly in a room instead. Finally, Aldera broke the silence. I don't believe we have been properly introduced. I am Aldera, and I once lived as Mateo. You there are. It didn't seem that she was unaware of them, just that she didn't know quite how to say it. Melanthina found the words first. We were born to Fortkran Tenebach and Mateo Brandel. But you know that? Yes. I don't remember nearly as much as perhaps I should, but family stood strongly in my mind. She turned to Ursel. I did not recognize your presence as quickly as I ought to have, and I apologize. Ursel crossed her arms. You destroyed my armor. So I did. It was magnificent, yet you have come up with something perhaps more suited for yourself. Regardless, I will happily repay any losses. Ursel just grunted. Turdo decided to interpret. That means she accepts your apology. It was clear that he was searching Aldera for signs of his mother. John wondered if he found more or less of her than he himself. What do you remember? He asked. Aldera thought for a few moments. Regions. Elements. Full cycle cultivation. John felt her spiritual energy stir as she spoke. Despair. Anger. But also happier things. Perhaps I went too far in trying to get them back. It was difficult for John to read her facial expressions, yet that was in some ways much like Mateo. At least for a while she had kept her emotions close. Over time, John had come to feel her more through her spiritual energy, but he also became familiar with some of her more subtle facial expressions. Aldera had a different face, and it had been so long. So long. John couldn't really tell if she maintained any of that, and he had no desire to let their spiritual energy mingle, even if it would likely be extremely beneficial for his own cultivation. They both advanced during battle. In a way, it was a perfect harmony. But Aldera was responsible for too much pain, both direct and widespread. Whether through lack of care or failure to keep her empire in order, it had all led to far more death and pain than it should have. John was not without his own faults. Perhaps he could have encountered her earlier, but he had no reason to believe it would have been a beneficial meeting. She'd had too much battle power surrounding her, so even if he wasn't afraid of her personally, he would have had to run. If she was anyone else. But he didn't know, and neither did she. Not really. Perhaps she could have made her intentions more clear. The best thing John could say was that she hadn't personally killed anyone she had known before. No, even Aldera was a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Misunderstandings layers atop deceptions. John engaged in a bit of meaningless small talk just to fill time, before he finally came up with a properly formed question. Mateo would have preferred a direct inquiry, and Aldera didn't seem entirely separated from that. How many people were involved in perpetuating the war? Aldera turned her head upward, indicating she was taking time to think. Too many worked against me. I was blind to their manipulations. Fermina has the current reports. We will send you the final version when we complete the purge. You're not done. John raised an eyebrow. It seems like your personal involvement could greatly speed things along. It has, Aldera nodded. But I needed to speak to you. And there were many tangled webs of ambition. Some were tied to extracontinental forces. That was interesting. John almost volunteered information about their recent troubles in that regard. However, he didn't quite trust her. Strange how much that shifted over only a short time. But John knew there were limits. He could forgive her for everything else except the death of Astrid. It would be impossible for him to ignore, especially since Astrid was the one who accepted that she must inevitably be compared to Mateo, but still didn't give up on him. Now John had in his head 2 images of women he loved. Perhaps those memories were amplified beyond their true qualities, but regardless, Mateo and Astrid had meant the world to him. Aldera wasn't Mateo, and if John had been fully able to believe that, things would have been better. Enough things were different that it would have been crazy to say she was Mateo, but enough things were the same that perhaps it would have also been stranger to say that she wasn't. If only she had retained more of her memories. John didn't think he'd forgotten anything of substance upon his transmigration. He had a full memory of people around him that he couldn't go back to. Certainly dead now, from age if nothing else. Even if he could have returned to them, he might not have been the same person. And how could they accept someone long dead? There was no room for that. You truly remember so little? John asked finally. Aldera nodded. I understand that one of our companions remembered more. And it seems that transmigrators often maintain better memories than reincarnators. Really? John asked. Yes. I have studied the phenomenon among my own continent. It is possible there are transmigrators that remember nothing, but that would essentially make them a new soul. However, those from other worlds seem to retain a high sense of self, if they can be confirmed at all. Worlds? John asked. I haven't confirmed others except from one. Your own, Aldera said. They would be easiest to contact subtly. However, I have made my search quite public. I know of several dozen reincarnated or transmigrated individuals within my domain, most of great talent. Is that some sort of requirement? John asked. Then he stopped himself. He was becoming too interested, and he didn't like that. Perhaps we should meet later, with others I know. I have many matters to attend to, Aldera said. So it might be a short time. A year, perhaps. A year was short now? John supposed it was. He was over a century old in body and decades older in mind. If we properly remain in contact, we can arrange for something. Good. Aldera stood. She swept her gaze over the triplets. I would speak with the rest of you further in the future, but I do believe my continued presence wouldn't be advantageous at the moment. John agreed. As he grew interested in the conversation, something inside of him rejected positive thoughts. Regardless of whether he should feel that way, he did. And he could easily find himself starting a battle, or worse. He didn't want to say something hurtful if there really was some of Mateo within Aldera. The triplets all agreed in some form, at least to hear about further meetings. They hadn't spoken much, but this was their first time interacting with Aldera. Except for Ursel. After Aldera took her leave, John asked them what they thought. Do you recognize anything? I have my own biases. It feels like her, Ursel commented. I think I might have noticed when we fought, but maybe that's just wishful thinking that I had good insight. Turdo nodded. Her water element, if nothing else, is quite familiar. Would it bother you if I attempted to meet with her again? It would, but just because it would bother him didn't mean that was the correct feeling. Just don't trust too quickly. We aren't more than a few moments from war in either direction. He didn't want to risk harm to his family. His children, at least, he knew were the genuine article. But they should be allowed to make their own judgment about their mother, such as she was. Melanthing was the last to comment. She's very different. Yet how could she not be, with so much time spent apart? At the very least, I think further nonviolent interactions are the right choice for our people. Which meant John probably shouldn't be the one most involved. On the other hand, they had only tried to kill each other once. Aldera's memories seemed to have strengthened slightly upon reaching the exalted soul phase, but that could have simply been John's conjecture. Regardless, he still found himself hostile to her. If there had to be a reason, it would be because he was scared, but not of her overpowering him or trying to kill him. Chapter 502. The presence of Fermina came with a significant quantity of important information. Among the simplest of such things became maps, and thus more general knowledge of the structure of the Empire of Elements. John suspected the maps and other information might contain some intentional inaccuracies, but that wouldn't matter unless they were planning to go to war. Just knowing where each elemental region was and the potential to trade with them was significant. The Empire of Elements weren't just throwing their borders wide open. Even if Aldera was positively inclined towards them, John would have found it somewhat suspicious to do it all at once. The envoy gave the Empire's general plan regarding how they thought trade would best work. John was glad to have Viriato to manage such things, because they'd have to consolidate different trading desires between various groups. The Empire of Elements wasn't willing to have representatives of every clan and sect. They were barely over the threshold where each elemental region could have a single representative. They also wanted some ability to bring their own traders to the Continental Alliance. John suspected they would also serve as spies, because why wouldn't they? He wasn't going to reject the possibility, though. It was merely that a reasonable threshold had to be chosen. John would be taking opinions of the leadership in the various regions. He wanted to keep the various factions happy. It took some time for John to get to the report on the Empire of Elements' internal conflicts. Frankly, John didn't expect for the information to be accurate. He also had limited context for those involved. Obviously, they had fought against a number of groups during the struggle over the Molten Sea, but he expected that the troublemakers would have tried to avoid involving themselves directly. He needed Fermina to supply context for him, and she did so in a matter-of-fact style. The final numbers were around 10%. 10% of what? John asked. 10% of the involved groups executed? Of course not. If decent cultivators in this world could need glasses, John imagined that Fermina would have had them and pushed them up at that moment. All of the traders were executed. That was approximately 10% of the population. John blinked. What? How many millions? I see there is a misunderstanding. I was of course only referring to cultivators of sufficient rank to matter. The general civilian population was only negligibly affected. John was relieved that Aldera probably wasn't a psychopath, or at least, not any more than the standard level that cultivators tended to be. There was a lot of killing. Could you expand upon the population of traders somewhat? He could of course read through a long list, but while it was arranged in a readable fashion, John was still lacking much of the context. I believe it would be simplest to begin with Aria, Femina said. She was a member of the Empress' own sect and the core of the rebellion. It appears she had been looking for opportunities to weaken Aldera for some time, and she was astute enough to determine that peaceful interactions with this continent would advance the Empress agenda significantly, especially with regards to you. Those with sufficient insight into the Empress could see her change in attitude upon learning of your existence. Though I believe some speculated that you had slighted her in a past life, rather than being her husband, though it could have been both. Does everyone in the Empire know those details? John asked. The Empress' reincarnation is known to all. It is the source of her great talent, after all, and even if she was less open about it, Her search for others of the sort would have given it away. Fewer people are aware of your prior connection, though Empress Aldera deemed it important information for my position here. She also mentioned the sources of conflict. Fermina paused for a moment. But we should return to Area. She convinced others to undermine Aldera. They worked in various ways. 10% seems insufficient to overthrow her, though, John commented. Did they think they could win against 9 times their numbers? Were they balanced towards the higher ranks of cultivation? You presume that the rest of the population would have directly supported Aldera or been present to stop her from being killed. Most would have stood aside if it came to civil war. Though, Area herself wasn't confident enough to make any direct moves. Fermina shrugged. Then you and the Empress advanced to the Exalted Soul phase, and her schemes became moot. Especially since she was able to put aside her obsession with you and see the schemes happening. And the Empire couldn't get through even a simple message that she wanted to meet directly? John wondered aloud. After your encounter with Roy, Area managed to send a group of fools to ruin that avenue. He could have tried himself. He joined with the Empress. I believe you avoided her a number of times, though we now recognize that her honor guard was a bit too much. John nodded. It was just an excessive amount of force in one place. It annoyed him that small changes could have entirely changed the course of the war. It could have ended years earlier or never even escalated to begin with. John would have been perfectly happy if they only took over half of the Molten Sea, and the locals wouldn't have been able to do much themselves. On the other hand, small changes might have meant that when John and Aldera met they didn't fight. They wouldn't have advanced to the Exalted Soul phase. And then Aldera and also possibly John might have been killed by plotting, or at least significantly weakened, leading others to take their shot. John liked to believe he had enough long-term allies that the Continental Alliance would hold if he were weaker or gone. However, Aldera might not have had as many true friends. She only had so much time for frantic cultivation and empire founding. Being some decades behind him in building deeper roots was quite reasonable. So John said, 10%. John found it a bit unreasonable to have resolved such a thing in a matter of months. Then again, if Aldera was simply slaughtering those involved, it was feasible. Approximately, Fermina confirmed. If that was true, this was a perfect time to launch an assault. For what benefit? None at all, like most wars. They were always a net loss. Though, of course, one particular group might come out ahead. John didn't like thinking so small scale, though. Have you had any contact with a group known as the Sovereign Primacy? John asked. They control an archipelago off the northern coast. Oh yes, Fermina confirmed. They were likely responsible for at least some portion of your failed communication attempts through that area. But unfortunately, some of our coastal sects also had corrupt leadership. It wasn't difficult for them to convince the rest to scuttle any ships from your empire. It's not an empire, John protested. Perhaps it should be, though it appears to be functional, so it doesn't matter what you call it. Were they instantly friends with the Empire of Elements? Certainly not. But at least they were talking, which was better than a complete lack of diplomacy. Would it be appropriate to invite some of them to the next tournament? Maybe the one after that, to give tensions some more time to die down and see how things were going. The continent had missed one as a consequence of the war. They couldn't exactly run a battle tournament if those same people were supposed to be on the front lines. Well, there had been a half-baked lower-ranked tournament, but it was closer to a military training exercise. The tournaments had been a good way to resolve internal strife. Getting people together without actually killing each other was a huge step for cultivators. In some ways, the war had let people get out their aggression in a fruitful manner, except of course for the general pointlessness of most wars. But at least it had built unity for the most part, except for the people that had been conspiring with the windswept sea. John wondered how many people were working for the Sovereign Primacy. It would astound him if the number were 0. They needed to learn more about the territory their neighbors controlled so they could infiltrate it. Maybe they should have done that long before, but most people would have wanted to just assault them if they were going to the effort of learning anything. Future wars with at least one of them were inevitable. That was just a law of time, and John had seen much of it. He planned to see quite a bit more. He was still quite young, with his extended lifespan. He couldn't say how much the Exalted Soul phase had affected that, but he could see if he felt any older upon reaching the next rank. He wondered if that would be before or after a war. John punched Renato into the ground, literally. He must have sunk at least a dozen meters. Normally, that would have formed an impact crater, but a little bit of elemental manipulation changed that. Piercing through the ground spread out the impact force over a longer time. It also gave Renato some time to plan a counterattack, even if John chased after him. Seriously? Renato's voice echoed out from below. I can't even force you to use your weapon. He didn't surface alone, but instead took most of the surrounding rock with him as he shot upwards towards where John was flying. Is that what a single rank means now? Some of the rocks cut ahead of the arc of his club, while others followed behind. Either way, a widespread earthen lattice attached to John with the intent of dragging him downward, while also bombarding him with rocks. John caught Renato's club in his palm. If he was trying to win, he would never have done that. It was extremely inefficient. In some circumstances, it could have been insulting, except Renato was the sort that learned the best from straightforward conflicts. That was why he had been a good teacher for Ursel, though they did also have other learning styles. Renato could still get quite a bit out of a deep discussion on the elements, but Ursel preferred a few tidbits she could think about and go test on something. Usually something big. Even though his momentum was completely halted and his control over the rocks dispersed, John could feel Renato attempting another attack from a standstill. He was building up spiritual energy, but how would he use it? John would find out later. The arenas really weren't set up to account for battles with exalted soul phase cultivators and people trying to kill them. John was confident in his power at his new phase, but not so much that he wanted to risk getting a hand blown off. Heat flowed from him into the club, spiraling out from the core. Not enough to melt it right away, but sufficient to encourage Renato to let it go, or pull away. He did the latter. John was already following up with attacks of other elements, though he barely even thought of them as separate things anymore. His confidence in always defeating Renato, even barehanded, wasn't merely the difference in phase. A full cycle of elements was so much more than he could ever explain directly, which was why he was trying to teach people through battle. Blades of wind burst apart into flashes of light and darkness as Renato broke them apart. The fire inside his club turned into a heavy lump of earth, pulling him back. John's style had always been flexible, but now he could improvise almost any technique he could conceive of. It was still better to practice something specific to a high state of proficiency, except for the surprise factor. Renato hit the ground again, not quite as hard. This time he stopped on the surface, spreading out the impact. All right, that's enough for today. How frustrating. We were so closely matched for so long, and now I can't even beat you when you can't see. You noticed? John asked. He could still read the expression on Renato's face with his spiritual energy. Don't worry, it's only temporary. I anticipated this stage in my new body tempering plan. Renato sighed. Do you even need to bother? John created a flash of light. It couldn't hurt Renato, but he flinched, just slightly. Overwhelming a single sense, even for a brief moment, could throw off everything in battle. I absolutely do. He wondered if he could do something for his ears. Would that be Earth? Maybe Diamond Defense half covered that already. Chapter 503. With the Empire of Elements having pulled entirely out of the molten sea, John didn't know if it mattered how long the peace would be, nor did it matter if the purge of their own ranks was exaggerated. John himself was still on the fence of whether or not he believed them. Mateo he would have trusted, but Aldera wasn't her. Or at least, not all of her. There were parts of him that told him that even if that was the case, or especially because it was the case, that he should seek out more opportunities to interact with her, to guide her into being who she was before, to form her into a better person, as if John knew what that was. His moral high ground was based on being better than others, but he still killed people. He couldn't say the Empire's move against the Molten Sea had been wrong. The escalation beyond that might not have been their intent, and of course if the continent hadn't acted against them, maybe their people wouldn't have been harmed. But he couldn't relive the past and make different choices, so it was impossible to know for certain. Cultivation was amazing. Spiritual energy was powerful. John had seen how great it could be. His horizons widened. Yet even he knew there were things that were impossible. Turning back time was certainly one of those. At least, at any rank he could conceive of. If somehow cultivation extended to a 12th phase, twice as many as John was aware of, and it continued to grow exponentially. Even then, he wasn't sure. He didn't even have a theoretical basis to turn back time. It was merely a thought, a wish. It was the only thing he couldn't do, so of course it was the only thing he wanted. A paradox of power. Except it wasn't quite all John desired. He still had the companionship of friends and family. He hadn't lost all of that. Just a portion. It was easy to dwell on the negative. It hadn't even been half a decade since Astrid passed, so John felt justified holding on to things for a little bit longer. He knew that she would have wanted him to let go, though. Not to forget her, just to move on and be happy without her. With the memories he had, John was almost happy when the next work came. Not, actually, happy. He was a better person than that. But he could still appreciate a good distraction if it was happening anyway. And it was far better than some sort of internal conflict. Trouble from the windswept sea had been anticipated after the events with the Mazda clan. John might have expected them to pull back upon their connection being revealed, but instead they chose to double down. Perhaps they were hoping that the continent would still be off balance. As far as cultivator timescales went, it was pretty close to an immediate attack after the end of the war with the Empire of Elements. But they'd had plenty of time to recover. And more importantly, they'd grown far stronger since the last time there was a clash. Word came to John about attacks on the Gloom Desolation. They were the closest landfall for those coming from the windswept sea and had been one of the primary targets of the Stormy Sea sect. They had also caused some trouble on the rest of the coastline, along with Morana of the Sky Islands. That was where the windswept sea made their first mistake. They were of course aware that the Sky Islands were not on their side, but they perhaps hadn't expected them to so strongly support their sea-level neighbor. Then there was the Gloom Desolation itself. It had undergone a transformation more than a decade prior, releasing their natural earth element and improving their spiritual energy levels at the tiny cost of allowing the natural light element to remain. However, more sophisticated training and sensory methods turned the light into a non-issue. Frankly, John thought that whoever had sealed the land in the first place was a fool. Or more likely, a whole lot of fools. It wasn't something that could have been accomplished alone. Even those who didn't use Earth Element could convert it to darkness fairly efficiently. The Alliance was not shy about sharing such knowledge. Each sect and clan had their own techniques they kept secret to varying degrees, but fundamental cultivation knowledge was widely available. Converting elements had become one such thing. The assault was actually quite a large one, hitting the ports all along the coast, from dusk to dawn. In all cases, they were driven back, though rarely without causing some damage. Tenzing, the governor of Port Dusk, made an admirable defense of his home territory, sinking 3 ships together with his forces. Yet there were another handful that escaped that very same port, and many of those aboard had escaped to other ships. They did lose an ascending soul phase cultivator in the process, a fellow elder of the Dark Shore, but they were outnumbered in that regard, so even driving off their foes was an accomplishment worth praising. The Sky Islands became aware of the conflicts in the distance, and had chased down some of the ships that had dared to go furthest along the coast. It was possible that a direct repulsion would be the end of things from the windswept sea. However, nobody from the continent was intending to wait around to find out. Instead, they intended to seek vengeance for those who dared to trespass on their territory, and it wasn't just limited to one elemental region. John could have probably gotten volunteers from the northern coast if he was trying, but the fleets there were still needed, as the sovereign primacy could easily be looking for an opening. So it was mainly southern forces and landlocked regions that gathered forces. John quickly set out for Port Dawn. It was the closest to the windswept sea. He nearly went alone, but he restrained himself. He managed to have enough patience for a strain to gather proper groups of cultivators, instead of just carrying a couple people from the 6 Elements crossroads and flying down. He could have probably brought all his best disciples, especially since most of them could handle their own flying, though not at the speed he would have been going. However, John did recognize that he should be a better example. Helping to lead the various forces from a strain was the best option, even if none of the other sects were as good as the 6 Elements crossroads. It wasn't an unfair assessment. The best among them could barely match John's top disciples, and that would include their sect heads. They took a route that brought them through the Stone Conglomerate, stopping by Marble County and the Tenebach clan, plus a couple Quartz clans. Anyone ready and able to join them was welcomed. In this case, able meant a certain cultivation threshold. They were traveling at a pace that only soul expansion phase cultivators could keep up with. They could perhaps gather more people if they moved slower, but then they might have an issue of fitting people into boats. Even with the Shimmering Islands sending a huge fleet, there were limits to what they could bring into the Dark Lands. They waited for the calamitous swarm and some of the cultivators from the western side. News had spread far ahead of them, giving people sufficient time to act. Even if it resulted in the roads flooding with excess people, it wasn't for long. Surely the various towns and cities would appreciate the extra income from people packing into their inns. It wasn't the most organized military operation John had been involved in, but it was organized enough, especially with people moving together for a single purpose. Through the Wuthering Steppes, they took the largest roads up along the coast, briefly cutting through the glass hills as it was required. Then the gloom desolation stood before them, and John was quite glad that things had changed for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the food to supply so many extra people, regardless of whether they could pay. Keeping some logistics in mind, John arranged to leave behind various sections of the armies as they passed each port. There simply wasn't enough room to dock all the vessels that would be necessary in just the Wuthering Steppes or its neighbors, so they continued onward. Higher phase cultivators could keep ahead of ships for a certain duration anyway. But now, John saw fields of various sorts of crops, growing in soil that was no longer listless and dead. Midnight rye was a staple in darkness element regions, though it had barely survived in previous times. The gloom desolation wasn't completely managing all of their lands yet, but they still had sufficient supplies to supplement what the marching armies were bringing. All along the way, John received messages and helped coordinate movements. He was glad that he'd put so much effort into the continent-wide communication network. He wondered if it could be expanded into the Molten Sea or to the Empire of Elements, and if they would want to. Well, at the very least they could include some proper contact. But that was a problem for another day, another week. It wasn't good to show too much favoritism for his own kin, but John couldn't help it. Turto's ships were the best. Anyone who said otherwise would have to deal with Carl. John marveled at Nitza, who was already in the consolidated soul phase. When did you get so strong, huh? She shrugged. About the same time as you, Grandpa. Right. The war. Even if she hadn't been fighting on the front lines, which she could have been on occasion, it was still enough time for her to grow significantly stronger. Early, too. Actually, John had seen both of them since the end, but what was he supposed to do except tease them about how much they'd grown? It didn't matter if they were full adults and had been for a long time. They still seemed like little kids. Grandfather, airily said, we must share insights on light and darkness. That we must. John agreed. It's a bit too late for you to go for a full cycle, but we can see where our philosophies diverge. Of course, he would also be including Nick and Melanthina and such things. They weren't forced into dual light and darkness cultivation, however. Indeed, they were actually single-element cultivators by certain definitions. Melanthina had darkness totems compatible with light, and vice versa. Nick had a little bit of dual-element annihilation thrown in there, which still probably counted as light given the angle he came at it from. With nothing to do for a number of days as their fleets sailed across the seas, cultivation was a great way to pass the time. It was also a good way for them to arrive in an optimal state, instead of agitated. The response had been significant precisely because of how grueling the evenly matched war with the Empire of Elements had been. The continent wanted to show that they were strong. John knew they were, but they still needed to see it themselves. The various sects from the windswept sea that they had pegged as sending the assaulting fleets would be able to experience that capability very soon. And possibly others, if they dared to interfere. John wondered what justification they came up with, if any. They weren't physically close enough that they necessarily needed a diplomatic excuse, since they didn't have to live with the continent day to day. However, that wasn't going to help them not get annihilated. Most likely, a couple sects would be made examples of. The others could then pay tribute to settle things. But John was open to various avenues, because if he couldn't fight certain people, he might as well take his anger out on others who didn't know anything about good timing. Chapter 504. When you were going up against enemy sects, making an entrance was important. It could really set the tone for how things would go in the future. There was some value to the spooky ghost approach, where one silently made several groups disappear, but that wouldn't get across the point that the continent was trying to make. So John was trying to think of things to say that didn't make him sound lame, like a villain, or like a lame villain. Grovel, worms, was no good. But you dared to attack us again, so now we're going to kill you, was far too wordy. John supposed he could prepare a proper speech, but that wouldn't have the immediate impact he wanted. "You dare" was pretty overdone and rather empty. Also, less applicable now that they were on offense. Maybe he should hire a speechwriter or something. He had literally no idea where to get one, or if that was even a thing that people did in this world, which indicated that more likely than not, they didn't. After all, he'd been around for a century. There certainly wasn't a widely developed field of such writers. John supposed he did have some appropriate words for one person. Determining every sect's involvement had been a bit of a pain, but the Stormy Sea sect had certainly been one of them. As the closest location and the one with the most well-known territory, they would be the initial target. Their forces had already been spotted as the continental fleets made a direct approach, but so far they had been avoiding any sort of conflict. Then again, it was likely they were gathering their forces, as they should, with the goal of the continental fleets being extremely clear. Sect head, a ship is approaching carrying a banner of peace. "Thank you," John said. He had of course been aware of that particular ship for a while, but it was good to see that everyone was doing their jobs. "We will let them approach slightly closer, and then I will fly out to meet them." "But what if the messenger stopped herself?" "I am certain you know best." John simply nodded. If it was a trap, it wasn't a very good one. He wouldn't particularly have a reason to approach alone, and nobody on that ship was strong enough to matter. The one leading things appeared to have a mid-ascending soul phase cultivation, and most of the rest were far weaker. Flying was good. It was an expression of freedom and power that John very much enjoyed. He'd been capable for some time, but he'd only gotten better over time. Small improvements to cultivation could make a big difference for such an ability. Of course, reaching the exalted soul phase had been anything but a small step. Except in particularly desolate surroundings, John could maintain flight constantly if he wished. At the very least, he would not drain his stores of spiritual energy before he lost consciousness from simply being awake for too many days. He'd already proven he could fly at a fast pace for over a day at a time when he had to deal with the Mazda clan. The polite thing to do was wait for some sort of acknowledgement before landing on a ship. John wasn't in a polite mood. He crashed down on the bow with just enough force to threaten tearing apart the enchanted wood. It didn't appear the crew had been prepared for such a fast approach, but their leader at least reacted well. "Greetings, mighty sect head." A woman bowed formally. "We come with peaceful intentions." "Good," John said. "Then you must have a prepared explanation for why the Stormy Sea sect has violated the terms of our agreement." He pulled out the treaty that had been signed at the end of the previous war. It was a nearly useless piece of paper now, with them having openly violated it. Neither side would care about any further political justifications for what they might do. But it was still something. "Regarding that," the woman said hesitantly, "the Stormy Sea sect thought it best to negotiate certain terms regarding our perceived violations. You see, unless you are in the middle of a civil war and a rogue faction is trying to have all of you wiped out, you have no excuses. Actually, but you seem to have prepared very significant forces on your island, and you are just trying to stall for time so they can finish gathering. Do you think we can't spy the names of the very ships that assaulted us nested within your harbors?" The woman's eyes widened. "You can see that?" They couldn't. Even John, focusing his best on his eyes, couldn't magnify things that much. But he could guess. No, it was barely a guess. If his theoretical scenario had actually happened, they would have sent envoys to catch them much further afield, perhaps even reaching them before he arrived in the gloom desolation. "Now then," John said, "we are done here, I believe." The woman inclined her head. "We will return peacefully." "No," John said to the woman's shock. "You will surrender yourselves." "But the flag of peace only means something when it is in good faith. So you can allow yourself and your crew to be taken prisoner, or I can just slaughter you." His confidence sent ripples of concern throughout the ship. John was currently suppressing his cultivation so that he appeared closer to the peak of the ascending soul phase. But even then it was a threat he could have easily followed through on. And his fleets weren't far. The elder bowed her head. "We will surrender ourselves." That was probably the best choice for her, because John was fairly certain the rest of the crew wouldn't have backed her up. A few of them had been trying to subtly assess the limits of his strength. Surely the news of him reaching the exalted soul phase should have spread, but the windswept sea might not have confirmed it yet. He wasn't planning to conceal his cultivation much longer, though. just half a day or so as they covered the remaining distance to the Stormy Sea sect, though perhaps they would take a short rest before covering the final dozen kilometers. It was far easier to parse an individual flying in the air than it was to see them standing on a ship, especially at a distance. That was why John rose above, along with a number of cultivators from the Sky Islands and other air cultivators capable of flying. Any one air cultivator in the ascending soul phase could, though whether that was their best option was a different matter. As far as intimidation went, however, it made their fleets look larger, though they already were quite significant, as they had a significant portion of all their vessels devoted to this task. They stretched beyond the horizon, at least to those at sea level. Ruha, John's words would carry across the whole island, reaching the various gathered fleets and land forces. It appears you have grown tired of being alive. I am here to fix that little issue for you. This was the point John revealed his full cycle exalted phase cultivation, displaying the balanced power of 6 elements. Morale was very important in large battles. While weaker cultivators weren't generally important, in sufficient numbers they still mattered, especially against the weaker allies on the opposite side. If they were a few seconds slow to reaching their positions because of fear, that could make a real difference. If they simply ran away, all the better, because without that support, stronger cultivators would also find themselves faltering. So what if your cultivation has grown? She responded. Do not think I have been idle. Peak ascending soul phase. It wasn't bad, but John wasn't impressed. Simply put, he didn't think she would have been a threat even if they were at the same cultivation, and he doubted she had the talent to properly advance to her current rank in the time given. At no point did the Continental forces slow their approach. John retained his position above the flagship as they continued forward. He had little better to do with his hands than to use the treaty as a prop once more. He appeared as if he were idly glancing at it. You really should have paid better attention to the penalties for further warmongering, especially the part where you die and your sect is destroyed. John looked around at the various other sects gathered. Don't think that this doesn't apply to you as well, Maelstrom sect. They might actually spare people that ran away, but that was only if they were willing to abandon all of the physical components of their sect. They might try to gather all their resources and flee, but there were limits to that. Buildings, training grounds, special regions, and if they carried many valuable resources on their persons, it might not just be the continent that would hunt them down. The sect head of the Maelstrom sect was named Xianxia, if John recalled correctly. They had never encountered each other, but some information had been gleaned from various captured individuals. That detail wasn't something people should bother lying about. She appeared neither young nor old. Being unfamiliar with her, John couldn't tell if her peak ascending soul phase cultivation had also been forced or if it was legitimate. But it didn't matter either way. Do not think she began. But John wasn't interested in talking. He flicked a single throwing dagger at her. From his distance, it might be thought that it stood no chance of killing her. If anyone had bet on her survival, they would have merely been lucky. The earth and air-infused dagger did fling her off their walls, but sadly she was sufficiently on guard to protect her vitals even against such a quick assault. Begin the assault, John ordered. Not that there could have been any other follow-up to his actions. The Maelstrom sect was known to be capable of creating great whirlpools and sinking ships. They could also drag in cultivators running atop the sea, though usually the latter were a bit more agile. Either way, such things could be countered by those who were prepared, and the Shimmering Islands certainly were. They had their own similar cultivators. John moved forward slightly ahead of the others, at the head of a V formation, both above and below. Ursula was at the lead of those below. Her new suit of armor was no less functional than her previous one, just with a different elemental arrangement, and locked to her own will. That was one of the features that it had gained to make it more difficult for Aldera to destroy. Slightly more enchantments. Instead of just relying on an extreme form of material to hold it together, she shrugged off blows as she moved across the waves like a cannonball, Turdo and Verusha supporting her from behind. She wasn't running, though, just standing, until her platform got her in reach of a jump. Then she threw herself at the walls, while Carl attacked the island itself. John slashed through the enchantments above the walls at the same moment as her impact, doubling down on breaking through. Ruha blocked his sword with her trident, waves surging over the walls around her, but they had already caused enough damage that the wall could be bypassed, over, under, or through. Normally, there was a barrier preventing flight, at least to a certain height. It would recover, except it only had a limited capacity. Further attacks were striking the rest of the walls. Sky Island's cultivators had the power of Earth behind them as they flew, and from the sea cannons and individual techniques bombarded the wider span of the defenses. Anthea had righted herself and was trying to lead her sect in creating great whirlpools. The problem was that Carl was in the way of most of them. The Leviathan kept growing. He was still only the tiniest fraction of his predecessor. But just because it wouldn't take days to traverse him didn't mean he wasn't enormous. Ruha looked at John with murder in her eyes. John couldn't work up the effort to care about her, personally, to such an extent. That didn't mean he wasn't going to return her efforts in kind. Chapter 505. Over time, cultivators tended to develop a sense for danger. It was merely an extension of their spiritual energy senses, and it could be wrong. Otherwise, darkness cultivators and anyone else trying to pull off sneak attacks would be out of luck. John didn't really feel any danger from Ruha and her trident. He did feel the intention, but it never rose to a level that felt significant. Obviously, he wasn't going to let her hit him regardless. He just noted the lack of danger. Meanwhile, Aldera had been a serious threat even when she wasn't thinking about killing him. Obviously the most when they had actually been fighting. It wasn't just about rank, phase, and spiritual energy, but those were a large part of it. Ruha was only one rank beneath John, but the step between phases was huge. His sword slashed out for her neck, carrying the weight of a small mountain behind it. Her trident caught his weapon like waves crashing in an ocean, much like she had done previously. His other hand flicked forward, holding their treaty. Wind sharpened the path of the enchanted paper. It was just supposed to be a reminder at how useless such things were. A warning she would never be trusted again. John had surrounded it in spiritual energy, and he had been serious about the attack, but he still expected her to block it. Instead, all he got was a shocked look as her head separated from her shoulders. Her reactions too slow, her defenses insufficient. Air certainly beat water, but the enchantments on the paper weren't one of sharpness. Just durability and resistance to staining and fading. The enchantments would help with the blood. That was John's thought as the paper fluttered to the ground. The battlefield was nearly still. The clash had just begun moments before. There were dozens of cultivators moving to support Ruha, to harry John while Ruha maintained a defensive position. No doubt they had all sorts of plans about wearing him down. Sneaky tricks to overcome the difference in power. They knew they were dealing with the exalted soul phase. After all, everyone sprang back into motion, with plans not appearing to change much. Except Ruha was dead, so they had to change. Anthea of the Maelstrom sect pulled back from attempting to capsize the ships at the edge of the island, and instead focused all of her efforts on John, raising great waves, at least for a single moment. As he flew up and away from her attacks, swiping at various incoming assaults from the massed cultivators below, she let her waves sweep her up, leaving behind members of the Stormy Sea sect and even her own people. John wasn't fond of the idea of diving into the midst of literally all of the enemy forces to chase after her, so he settled for cutting his way through the ranks of enemies, creating a path for others to follow. As he moved, John took stock of the effectiveness of his attacks. A single swipe could cut down multiple consolidated soul phase cultivators. His biggest limits were how many were actually in reach, rather than the amount of energy he used. Merely having more spiritual energy wasn't sufficient to produce such results. Instead, he paid attention to what had become natural to him, manipulating the flow of energy, finding flaws in everyone's elements. Perhaps the greater advancement wasn't reaching the exalted soul phase, but the insights that had allowed him to do so to begin with. The more he got used to his new level of power, the greater it seemed. So much power, what was it for? All right, defending those he cared about. They weren't here in the windswept sea for fun. It was because they had been attacked. They had to cause as much damage as they could to the local forces. The peace accord had been meaningless paper, so the only real way to enforce it was if nobody dared to act. Or if they were all dead. The continental forces wasted no time, and soon they were halfway across the island, in the core of the Stormy Sea sect. Cultivators were known for grabbing resources and running if they couldn't win. The sect themselves hadn't had the opportunity, and Anthea hadn't been willing to delay her retreat for even a moment. Meanwhile, John didn't intend to break open the vaults at the moment either. They would properly secure the island and destroy the core of the Stormy Sea sect so they couldn't rise again. Then they would move on to the others. John dodged out of the way as Ursula was blasted through several buildings by a massive burst of water. She was fine. He didn't even have to look. It was the buildings that lost that clash. And though the attackers successfully made space, they were just going to have an angry Ursula to deal with. As for who had done it, John had almost missed them. Their spiritual energy blended into the rest of the mass, and he'd been focused on what was around him for the most part. The Titanic Serpent clan had finally arrived, and it was a number of their mighty beasts and their elders that had blasted Ursula away. They sure had a lot of ships in addition to the sea serpents. John noticed that some of the continental ships had already been making their way around the coastline to secure things, and now they would likely move to engage. Hopefully they could pincer their enemies. Even if John personally wasn't in any danger, proper tactics would prevent casualties on their side. John picked out Xianxia, just on the far shoreline. He was fairly certain she would have commandeered a ship or been swimming away if the Titanic Serpent clan hadn't arrived at just that moment. This was what the other ship had been trying to delay them for. It had to be admitted that facing them all at once would have been somewhat more difficult, but this wasn't that far removed, and John didn't feel much threat. Although, the clan head did seem quite confident still, even though he should be aware that Ruha died. Somsak was his name, based on previous intel. His long hair snaked down his back, reaching almost to the sea serpent beneath him. You may have defeated Ruha, but you will find you are far from invincible, the man declared. Behold, the power of the sea's mightiest. Ursula was sprinting forward at a mad dash. John made certain to keep up with her. Sorry, he said. I'm going to have to take this one. Somsak's power suddenly peaked, rising beyond the ascending soul phase. It didn't have the right aura for the exalted soul phase, but the amount was there at least. The man seemed to be drawing directly from the sea serpents. John could only see the top half of some of them, but the one Somsak was riding on was 6 or 7 meters across, and at least 100 long as it snaked away into the water beyond the island. With a flash, John threw a dagger directly towards the man's eye. If the battle could be easily resolved, he at least had to try. But Somsak batted away the elementally infused weapon, sweeping a large wave across in front of him. Then he used his sea serpent like a cannon, shooting forward a massive pillar of water. John twisted in the air, flying in an uneven helix pattern as the blast followed his motions. He had to admit that the power was substantial, not something he wanted to meet head-on. Maybe in a spar he would test himself against it. But John didn't want to be arrogant about his newfound power, even if he'd produced some surprising results. He didn't know what the point of having such a massive column of water was for, though. To make up for poor accuracy? But that wasn't the case. Somsak wasn't missing. He was just a tiny bit too slow to hit John. More focus might do it. John kept himself alert for any changes in the flow, even minor ones. It could be a trick. Speed was strength. John was fast. He kept some distance from Somsak, mainly to let the rest of their forces catch up. Ursula didn't count as she barreled headfirst into one of the other sea serpents. It had a stubby tail. John knew that because it was more of an air serpent after Ursula hit it. His brief moment of surprise was merely a product of how long it had been since he'd watched Ursula fight something that big in person. Previously, she'd been hunting down the massive beasts that filled the Viridia wildlands. It was one of the most untamed locations on the continent, unless one counted the deep seas. The sea serpent looked ridiculous as it toppled end over end. John wondered how long it would take it to splash back into the ocean and then swim back. He also wondered if its riders would have the misfortune to hit the water first. Even cultivators might not take that impact well. Some of them had already been knocked off in the initial impact, which would have been good for them if that hadn't meant being left behind with Ursula. Your eels suck, Ursula taunted. It wasn't necessarily purposeful. She was just the sort that liked to retaliate verbally after taking a hit. Perhaps she was embarrassed she hadn't kept her footing, though it would have been a waste to put so much energy in holding her ground against that initial combined push. A single one won't make a difference, Somsak said confidently. Now attack. This time, his energy directed 5 sea serpents, creating large crossing blasts of water. They were trying to fill the skies and cut off any path of escape for John. Overall, they did pretty good. They forced John to cut through the edge of one to escape encirclement. His sword barely managed to slice through, even with combined elements around it. John wasn't going for anything in particular, not because focus wasn't useful sometimes, but because it was harder for most enemies to adapt to a perfect mix. John found him further from Samsak than before, but that was fine. The man couldn't focus on another target. If his focus wavered, John would reach him in an instant and take him down. John was certain of that, and Samsak at least wasn't being careless about the possibility. Unfortunately for him, his confidence was misplaced. It didn't have anything to do with his technique. It seemed to fulfill his purpose, drawing spiritual energy from the great sea serpents. They were large and powerful. Their energy meshed with his perfectly so that he could use it almost like his own. But he wasn't fighting just John. And if they were going to compare great sea beasts, John waited for the moment Carl grabbed the first one. The Leviathan could survive mainly off of spiritual energy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough food in the whole of all the seas for it to consume, not after a certain time. But Carl still enjoyed eating and could greatly benefit from it. The sea serpent was slurped up like a noodle. Samsak clearly hadn't expected that. John moved like a bolt of lightning. He covered the distance between him and his target in an instant, the effects of his travel following behind. Air was twisted out of his way to allow him to be faster, and the instant acceleration used a mix of elements, including an explosion of light and darkness for an instant boost. Samsak didn't wield a trident like the Stormy Sea sect. Instead, he had a whip-like weapon, but with a sharp point. It moved almost on its own, responding more to his spiritual energy than to the movements of his hands. See, John knew he could be faster and more focused. The point of the weapon met John's sword. The sword sliced through it, continuing down the whole length. John's sword took Samsak at about heart level. He had the power, but it wasn't focused enough. His spiritual energy defenses were spread throughout his body, and he barely even focused a wave of spiritual energy towards where John sliced. Most of the man's power was external, and John also felt that same fragility in the man's cultivation. The windswept sea had pushed hard to develop their leaders. They might not have been able to stabilize their foundations even if they had survived today. The sea serpents shrieked in agony as Samsak died. Whatever connection they had ran deep. John felt sorry for the beasts. Not sorry enough to stop Carl from eating more of them, though. Chapter 506. A great many people died on the Stormy Sea sect's main island. The majority were from the windswept sea. Top cultivators from the Maelstrom sect and Titanic Serpent clan fell there. John was eager to go after the rest of what they had, but he had to do a reality check. John gathered together those he knew best. His top disciples, his family, and friends. So many from the continent had joined, it was a bit excessive. But sometimes an excessive response was appropriate, especially not knowing the full power of the enemy forces. And sometimes, such an excessive force had to stop. Do we wipe out these other two groups? John asked. Is that excessive? Ursula shook her head. They deserve it. They were aware of the consequences. You could merely demand recompense, Turdo said. But given their support of the First War, even tangentially, it would appear as weakness. Steve just shrugged. If they can't take the heat, they shouldn't have stepped into the fire. Unless you know another way to make them stop, you have to at least kill all of their important people. John was just glad that the Stormy Sea sect didn't have many kids. Currently, they were all captive, along with those who properly surrendered. They would join up with the envoy Sanaa at some point. That fellow was pretty lucky to have been sent, honestly. John might have slaughtered him, but it was easier to capture them. If people had hope of survival, they weren't as likely to lash out and kill people. We'll do a cursory investigation, John said. Probably kill most of the elders in each place. Take some of their good stuff. Would the Shimmering Islands be able to use sea serpents? John asked. Turtle thought for a few moments. There are a few beast sects that would very much enjoy the opportunity. It was important to balance the opportunities and rewards for all of those participating. It didn't have to be exact, though there would be some balancing factors. Extremely valuable knowledge might come at a price to a certain sect, but less than they would have otherwise expected. They would be glad to pay, and that payment could go to others who didn't have any specific rewards. Of course, they already had the central vaults of one sect. They could manage without more, but it was better to get what they could. Within reason. They didn't want to invite further attacks by not going far enough. But as long as they didn't trouble the other powers in the windswept sea, they could likely manage far more. It was possible that they would be merchant ships at other territories. It was clear that everyone had seen the danger building up at the Stormy Sea sect, so at least there wasn't that complication to deal with. The approach to the Maelstrom sect was quite difficult. The area was filled with rocky shoals, and of course the expected whirlpools were fairly common as well. They didn't appear to have any constant whirlpools, but navigating ships was difficult. They were picking their way along with aid from flyers to get good angles, but John grew impatient and decided that they should just flatten them. John thought maybe he'd grown too strong to suggest such a thing as one of their first solutions. It didn't matter that Ursula was totally enthusiastic about the project. She was the weird one. Probably. In truth, all of the factions were fairly enthusiastic about the destruction they wrought. They weren't slaughtering people, but they were destroying a unique environment. It was what made the Maelstrom sect one of the primary sources of their insight, no doubt. A protective barrier. And they would have none of that because of the foolishness of their leaders. A corridor wide enough for 5 ships was carved, though they stuck to 2 or 3. Cultivators could turn ships in impossible circumstances, but it was better to not waste more energy by bumping ships up against each other or against sharp rocks. The Maelstrom sect was clearly aware of their actions, and they launched a response after about an hour of activity. They had a large number of smaller ships, better for maneuvering in the tough area. They tried to slip around the fleets, stirring up the waves. No doubt they intended to sink the whole fleet, but they never got that far. The continent had a wide variety of ways to respond. They also had John. Previously, he wouldn't have been a good deterrent all on his own, but now he could make rocks flow like water. He didn't need to melt them. It simply turned out that at certain levels of spiritual energy, it was easier to ignore what he had once taken as basic physics. If he wanted to also burn the ships, he could have melted the stone, but he was perfectly fine with just creating a flow of rock that tethered them to random hunks of rock, returning to solid form with part of the hull captured. Enchantments weren't made to defend against that sort of thing. Water cultivators could batter at the rock, and probably would have extricated themselves in a few minutes per ship, but that was a few minutes they didn't have in battle. Air cultivators launched attacks from the sky. Fire cultivators from the continent weren't afraid of a bit of water. Not any of the good ones, at least. They could easily walk on the surface, and some could manipulate it to their advantage. Xianxia was good at directing bursts of steam, which was no surprise given her origins. John idly wondered if she wanted to visit her old home country. That might be possible soon. It was a fairly long day to actually reach the Maelstrom sect's main island, but they had already defeated a good quantity of their forces when they arrived. The island itself had fewer defensive enchantments, because the barrier of rocks meant that it was harder for their surroundings to bring ships. Their elders were slain, their vaults emptied. Many technique scrolls were plundered, but the rest of their people would survive, possibly with hatred for the continent. But completely wiping them out wasn't a pleasant option. They weren't a clan, but some of their elders and disciples had proper families. More than the Stormy Sea sect's main island. Even with resources plundered, cultivators wouldn't starve. They could also afford to feed a few spare mouths. John certainly wasn't going to abduct children off to the continent, so they had to go somewhere. John suspected that Carl smelled like blood and death. He certainly wasn't going to sniff the Leviathan, but the sea serpents of the Titanic Serpent clan most certainly did. They were ordered to attack, and simply didn't. Even when controlled by techniques, they absolutely wouldn't leave the shelter of their island. That made it far easier to kill the elders of the clan. Then, they took a selection of newborn sea serpents and copies of the techniques used to raise and control them. Losing their exclusive techniques would likely devastate the clan, but it was that or be wiped out. And they would still be the only ones in the windswept sea who knew them, unless others actually opened up trade with the continent and came with good prices. When everything was over, John was pleased. Not at their haul of valuables, just that it was over. They hadn't been dragged into another decade-long war with a power of similar strength. They had displayed their dominance to minimize future troubles. The new treaties they signed were much shorter. It was also much more explicit how many people that the Continental Alliance would kill if any of the remains of the various groups stepped out of line. On the way out, John and his flagship were sailing ahead of the rest of the fleet, though not that far ahead. Even so, they were attacked by the Dark Island sect. John had the feeling they hadn't gotten the memo. The Tri-Element sect practiced darkness, water, and earth. They were fairly powerful as far as the windswept sea, but rather remote. Seeing a lone ship, perhaps they thought their few could cause some damage to the fleet. John didn't really bother asking. Instead, he sunk their ships by ripping out the midsections of their keels. It was a simple wood manipulation technique. He did have to overpower some enchantments, but once a bit was taken out, the ships were basically just flotsam masquerading as sailing vessels. John held a man by the neck, his power suppressing anything the man tried to do. You can all swim, right? Out of respect for your people, you all get to live. Make sure to tell everyone about me. Exalted Soul Phase. It meant a lot. No doubt the remnants of the other groups were already spreading the word in a terrified fashion, but it was always better when more people experienced it. It was nice to be strong, but John was still uncertain if he was too strong. With only one known individual who could match him, he might get sloppy. Hopefully those he knew would help keep his ego in check, even if they couldn't currently do it by punching him in the face. Not in a fair fight. The few trading missions with the Empire of Elements, simple affairs meant more as a proof of concept than anything else, had been successful. So at least they weren't slaughtering anyone who approached their shores anymore. John didn't really care if they did that for other groups. Perhaps their other neighbors were awful. He just cared about the continent. His people. John simply couldn't care about the entire planet. He didn't know all of the various regions. Few had even laid their eyes upon the Sovereign Primacy's islands, though they did have some of their best scouts working on that. They were likely to be the next big threat. Proactively seeking them out was the best call. Some people would have even advised John to launch an attack. In Cultivator memories, a few decades wasn't too late for revenge, and they hadn't really managed to cause damage to the main body of the Sovereign Primacy. Though they had certainly killed a large number of powerful cultivators belonging to them, which while punishing wasn't quite the same. They still felt safe at home, free to build up their forces and grow powerful. If he didn't loathe getting people killed, John would have sent diplomatic ships to try to fend off any future issues. He would only have done it if he thought there was any real chance of success, though. But simply put, there wasn't. No peaceful contact had ever happened with them. Any ships from their territory were meant to be captured instead of annihilated, though, preferably with minimal casualties on both sides. Provoking battles that didn't need to happen was no good. The continent didn't need to expand to grow stronger. Instead, they already had sufficient resources. They continued to develop new techniques between them. Information wasn't hoarded as much as before, and the whole continent could grow powerful. John was willing to provide guidance on how to reach the Exalted Soul Phase, unlike what some people seem to think. It was just that his synergy with even those closest to him wasn't good enough to provide a full guide. He couldn't just say, feel the perfection of a full cycle from your former wife, now reincarnated, and make use of the emotions of your second wife having just died due to her to surpass your own understanding of everything. That wasn't a relatable circumstance. There weren't any others close to being a full cycle cultivator. Some in the consolidated soul phase. His best disciples were core cycle cultivators about to step into the ascending soul phase, but they might not try to reach for light and darkness at such a late time. Communication technology improved. John hoped they didn't need to send messages across the whole continent as fast as they could, but it had been quite valuable for retaliating against the windswept sea, finding them not yet prepared. Another tournament was coming up. John still wasn't sure if he should invite Aldera to watch. He was certain she shouldn't participate, because the wards simply wouldn't hold up to the two of them fighting if they got too serious. John wanted to believe that she wouldn't try to kill him, but he wasn't quite sure that he wouldn't try to kill her. And the Empire of Elements might not like that. Oh, and his kids. They were still uncertain, but they at least wanted to try to see how much of Mateo was still in there. Chapter 507. Forgiveness was not a word that John often heard, nor did he dwell upon it frequently in his own thoughts. This world rarely had a use for it. It was seen as a weakness, and John could see why. The world was high in violence in part due to the significant personal power of individuals. The appropriate response to many things was violence in turn. No doubt some people from Earth would have pointed out how that promoted an endless cycle of violence. That might be true, but John also knew that it wouldn't end if he allowed himself and everyone he loved to die. There were alternatives. Wealth-based reparations didn't really make anyone happy, but sometimes things like that were sufficient for all involved parties to hold back, at least for a while, rarely forever. That was never forgiveness though, was it? Not really. People still held on to a grudge in their heart. and John could see how that would hurt them more than anything else. Over his surprisingly long life, he had experienced trauma more than a few times, sometimes without any direction. He didn't usually think about forgiveness, but he had been doing so lately. He had to. That was because what he'd lost couldn't be repaid with any amount of wealth. Yet at the current time, it appeared that seeking revenge would only bring negative consequences for all involved. John truly wished he could stop thinking about Aldera altogether, but he couldn't. Personally and politically, she was important, no matter how much he didn't like it. He had to invite her to view the tournament. He simply had to. But that didn't mean he was going to enjoy it. And he had no idea if he should or could forgive her. Never before had John agonized so much about seating arrangements. Opposite doesn't convey the right message, does it? John shook his head. Viriato agreed. It would appear that we are in opposition, which is not what you want. Yet sitting together would imply things I'm not willing to deal with, John muttered. The information that Aldera was a reincarnation of Mateo wasn't public knowledge, but it wasn't completely unknown, even if only at a rumor level. Likewise, the vast majority of people didn't know how directly involved she was in Astrid's death. Obviously, as the Empress, she was in some ways responsible for everything her people did, but people didn't necessarily know that she was there. Saying that Aldera had killed Astrid wasn't quite right, but it was impossible to disentangle that within John's thoughts. It wasn't just about seating arrangements, but he still had to do it right. And John's personal input was needed for this part. Placing us some ratio of the way around the area simply doesn't make sense. There aren't other parties to balance things out. Indeed, Viriato said, implying that regional cultivators are on the same level as yourself, and Empress Aldera would not only insult her, but give others big heads. John didn't like to admit it, but he, personally, was also important. Not just the alliance he'd managed to pull together, but him as an individual. He would still mean something without the alliance, but without him it would be a far more tenuous arrangement. He wasn't an emperor. He didn't want to be, but he wasn't far from it, was he? John wanted to surround himself with emotional support. Friends and family. Family he could do, but he didn't want to show too much public favoritism for particular groups. He already did it quite frequently, he was certain. Some of the seating arrangements could be self-selection. John didn't want to let too much factionalism emerge, but even though the 6 Elements Crossroads ran the tournament, he didn't want to dictate everything. We'll have to be next to each other, John said. Just not too close. Adjacent boxes where we can interact, but that's all. If they packed sufficient numbers of people into each, there would be enough mental space between himself and Aldera. Of course, things would be simplest if she politely rejected the invitation to view the tournament. She didn't, obviously. Once the mere idea of the invitation was in the public mind, it would have been bad for their recent peace to reject something so important. The tournament itself wasn't important. It was what it represented. Unity. Unity for the Continental Alliance. They weren't anywhere close to some sort of unity between the 2 separate continents. But John could at least show the Empire of Elements what they had. Within reason. Some people were worried about giving away secrets or techniques being stolen. A rational fear, truth be told. However, John knew they didn't have to be worried. Not because the Empire of Elements couldn't do it, but because Aldera existed. He'd fought her. He knew that techniques developed by anyone else wouldn't be enough for her. The specifics really didn't matter, but there was something different about 6 Elements. Or perhaps it was simply the exalted soul phase that was a differential factor. Either way, John had fought her. They had both advanced in battle. They were far too similar, so he was quite certain she would operate in that same manner. If she needed techniques for inspiration, she could look among her own people. She wouldn't need to steal anything from her neighbors. The Empire of Elements would come to witness their tournament. They would not be participating this time. No doubt people wished John and Aldera would display their prowess. John simply didn't find the need, even if he was somehow assured of people's safety. As for the rest, they might not be willing to display themselves in front of so many former foes, and they wouldn't be as relevant anyway. The tournament didn't happen right away. The schedule had already been broken because of the war, so shifting it slightly for convenience was easy enough. There were so many things to do before it came around. Among those things was ensuring the future of the 6 Elements Crossroads. John had absolutely no intentions to retire his mortal coil anytime soon. He was still young, surprisingly. Cultivation was astounding. Anyway, he had a number of disciples that were angling for the ascending soul phase. Many had chosen the difficult path of a core cycle of elements and achieved it in the consolidated soul phase. Progress from there was difficult, but John's own insights in recent times had let him guide them more clearly. Ahan and Lyre would be first. Each was selecting a dual element totem, such that their combined elemental balance would still remain a perfect split between the core elements. That had always been the plan. It was simply that John's guidance improved their confidence about safely advancing to the ascending soul phase. John was there personally to oversee their advancement. He could modify any external factors regarding the balance of spiritual energy. They would be in the highest quality training room the sect had. The secret valley was a bit too chaotic for their tastes. They didn't need more power, but constructed stability. Obviously, John would not be neglecting any resources they needed. Only the highest quality for his best disciples, though it wasn't as if any one of the 6 elements crossroads was ever denied what was necessary. If a disciple would not make good use of resources, they simply wouldn't remain part of the sect. It wasn't a matter of talent, but will and commitment. If talent was all important, then a handful of street orphans wouldn't be approaching the highest echelons of power the continent had. Obviously, just entering the ascending soul phase wasn't enough, but John was confident they would continue to grow strong. John was nothing. He was the background spiritual energy of a strain, which was to most as if there were no spiritual energy at all. Obviously, his disciples could pick out individual elements from the region, but he himself could be even more balanced. A true combination, much like a single new element. Not a distraction, though. He patrolled the area. A sect head should be particularly concerned with the growth of the best disciples. The first fully homegrown, ascending soul phase cultivators of the sect were important. John also personally cared for them, regardless of other reasons. He avoided prying into the cultivation chambers. All he had to do was control the flow of things outside. If he observed their attempts to advance, he might be tempted to interfere, something he was certain had no positive outcomes. The pair could be responsible for each other, but as their master, John's energy had no business trying to stabilize their dantians or assuage temperamental totems. It seemed to be taking a long time. How long had it been? Hours. John supposed advancing to the ascending soul phase hadn't been short for him either. Not really. His first, ill-advised attempt had been quite lengthy. Then he'd met these very disciples during his period of rebuilding. Advancing to the exalted soul phase had been natural. Not easy, but swift. Given the circumstances, he would have actually found it more difficult to not advance. It still wouldn't have worked if he hadn't dedicated himself to perfection for so long leading up to that point. If he hadn't chosen to carry a full balance of elements, even without a totem, a difficult task to maintain day in and day out, his efforts would have been insufficient, and he probably would have been dead, though perhaps not at Aldera's hand, but to himself. He could only hope that he had properly prepared his own disciples for their next step. John had no idea if it would be their final phase, but he had been confident they could do it. He just had to be patient. Every once in a while, a certain element drained when they used an excessive amount of one thing. John could draw in that necessary element from afar better than the training enchantments could, and he was swift about it, without causing unnecessary disturbances. The sun set, and the sun rose. They were not yet finished, but likewise John could detect no indication had gone awry. After a total of 20 hours, he could once again sense his disciples as they opened the door to the training chamber. They were strong, stable, and the two of them felt as one. Perfect dual cultivation partners, not because they had been born that way, but because they had chosen to become. Thus, it hadn't been an easy path. John hoped their success would inspire his other disciples, without making anyone feel rushed. He knew that failures were inevitable, especially at the top end of things. His inner circle happened to be flush with monstrously talented individuals, but it was normal for some amount of failures to occur during advancement. John supposed that as long as he included himself, that was true even for his group. Failure wasn't always death. Sometimes it went smoothly, a minor setback. Sometimes it damaged cultivation. John's near-complete collapse was about as far as it could go, though a complete destruction of the Dantian might not kill someone, though they would likely wish they were dead, both from the pain and the loss of potential. It was hard to act beyond human limits and just lose. That, John knew, even if it had only been temporary. Congratulations, John said. You have done remarkably. Only due to your guidance, Ahan said. And you're taking us in to begin with, Liar pointed out. There was humble, and then there was simply rude. John had to admit that they were. Mostly, speaking truth, all useless if you weren't willing to put in the effort. I could speak a million deep insights, and if there was no one there to properly receive it, it would be worthless. That was far enough. They could go back and forth with compliments, but it would get tiring. Fortunately, John's disciples knew better than to be overly aggrandizing. It was time for them to go show off a bit. Maybe tempt Viriato a little bit. John thought he might be able to help guide the man properly at this point. But if he liked where he was at, it was also fine for him to remain. His value wasn't in his strength, really. Though higher cultivation would be for the best, if only so that he could be around longer. John was intending to live as long as he could, and he'd prefer that those around him did the same. Chapter 508. The Molten Sea maintained an independent position, but even though the Empire of Elements had ultimately provided great wealth to those factions that remained, they were still hesitant to have anything to do with them. Thus it was that traffic to and from the Empire of Elements, such as it was, tended to happen via the watery seas on either side. For Aldera's travel to the tournament, such a journey happened specifically on the southern end. With the windswept sea recently cowed, it was unlikely to experience more trouble in the near future. Of course, any assault on Aldera herself was destined to fail, but because they had invited her, the Continental Alliance would at least partially bear any responsibility if something went wrong. John himself took a ship to meet her halfway, partially because if they got into a fight, they wouldn't destroy any important infrastructure. The most bothersome part of that was that he knew it would be his fault if they did. Aldera hadn't shown any signs of further aggression after their single battle and the revelations therein. John wondered if this world would ever invent therapists. Even if it did, he probably wouldn't be able to trust one with his position. So instead, he'd have to manage by large stretches of meditation. Cultivation helped a little bit at a time. He felt an astounding peace from it. That was what he carried with him as he laid eyes on her again. Maintaining that sense of peace was easier than he had thought it would be, in large part because of how well matched her own energy was. He almost wanted something he refused to consider. The allies of the continent welcome you once again, Empress Aldera, he said, bowing just enough to be polite without any indication of submission. It didn't matter how either of them felt about such formalities. The people watching would be more comfortable if everything was as expected. Thank you. I am pleased to have my first visit of any significant duration. Previously, she had flown in by herself, all the way to Lunson. It was a fearless gesture that had helped promote the post-war peace, with the death of a particular traitorous subordinate. She was ruthless, and John wondered if he was really any different, or if Mateo would have been. His memories of Mateo were distorted by love, but if he was honest, she wasn't the kindest of individuals. To friends and loved ones? Of course. It was also foolish to show kindness to enemies, but she had generally regarded enemies coldly instead of with heated anger. Aldera seemed to have been a bit overly passionate about her revenge against the Molten Sea. However, her actions were also logical from a certain perspective, so John couldn't say anything for certain. With anyone else, John would have gladly discussed cultivation on their journey. That was something that everyone of status had in common, after all. He and Aldera were uniquely placed in that regard, which was tempting enough for him to engage in a few, much smaller discussions than he could have reasonably managed. The 6 elements, John began slowly. They're not so different as people have generally made them out to be. Aldera nodded. And yet at the same time, it could easily be said that a deep understanding reveals more of their uniqueness. It was clear they knew some of the same things. It was difficult to put certain cultivation insights into words, though perhaps that simply meant they weren't yet complete in their understanding. John certainly believed he had more to grow. John continued his thoughts by connecting to a broader idea. We have achieved great success by uniting different elemental regions. Focusing on merely one area could only go so far before reaching an upper limit. Yet everywhere is still comprised of people who are much the same anywhere, Aldera said. Though I hear you've had better luck wrangling your long-term neighbors. John wondered quite what she meant by that. Perhaps she was referring to how she had undergone a purge of her own people, factions working against her to, among other things, keep them from properly communicating. John wondered if she was aware of the assassination attempts against him that had come from the Mazda clan. They weren't exactly secret. It seemed like the sort of thing that would make its way to her, just like he had absorbed all the information he could about the purge she had engaged in. If anything, she had made it sound like less of a big deal than it actually was. If she hadn't reached the exalted soul phase, he doubted she would have had the political capital to manage that even as the Empress. With that power, it helped shift those willing to back her significantly. John was glad that people could easily move between the ships. That way, Aldera could choose to go off on her own so that they wouldn't have to awkwardly stand in proximity of each other for days at a time. When they arrived off the coast of the Gloom Desolation, Aldera appeared quite interested. According to my recollections, this region was purely dominated by darkness element, was it not? Yes, John confirmed. But its natural state contained the earth element you can sense now, and the small portion of light, which was what they used all of the earth element to contain. An ill-advised attempt to purify their dominant element, Aldera nodded. It is for the best that it was undone. I don't know how it lasted for so long. I imagine some sects saw significant progress afterwards, so it was deemed a success. But most likely, they found it difficult to advance beyond certain phases, and the soil itself degraded, thus the name it came to bear. I look forward to viewing Estrain again. It is a truly unique geographic location, Aldera said. And during my previous visit, I did not stay long. She'd come and gone like a storm, throwing John's emotions into chaos. When they reached land, they could have traveled via carriage, but some cultivators took pride in traveling with their own power. But aside from all of that, with the company they had, it was simply faster to move without the aid of beasts. John had seen efforts to breed stronger and faster horses and other suitable animals. But unless they could reach at least the equivalent of the soul expansion phase in a consistent manner, it would be useless for the highest-ranking cultivators. They might even have to surpass that in the current state of things. Consolidated soul phase humans might be willing to give up a little bit of speed to relax, but ascending soul phase cultivators could shave days off of their trip and wouldn't fatigue as much. Then there were John and Astrid, the two exceptions. If it was just them, they would have probably flown at great speed. Certain others could do the same, but the exalted soul phase made any differences in power more extreme. Each region they passed through, Aldera had at least a few comments on. I had little interaction with the Glass Hills previously. She hadn't passed through on the way to Estrain. Those were Mateo's memories. The green sands used to be wildly unpleasant, she commented. It was both a matter of weakness and inappropriate elements. John had to agree there. I was always so sweaty, even with an enchanted carriage. Then they came to the stone conglomerate. The route had been purposefully chosen based on the triplets' preferences. It would have been simply to instead pass through the sunfields and entirely avoid the green sands, or even cut through the small border Estrain shared with them. Aldera was quiet. John suspected she had things to say, but she was cognizant of John's reactions. He could only control himself so much, and it hurt any time she tugged at his memories. Perhaps it was the same for her, as her eyes lingered on the mountains. One of their stops, if only for a short time, was the Tenebach clan. Melanthina, of course, welcomed Aldera appropriately. The latter showed great interest in Nick and Airily. Spiritual energy infusions during pregnancy are not common, Aldera commented. However, the Empire of Elements has performed some research that implies that it might appear more commonly in certain genetic lines. Given the nature of your birth and that of your daughter, that argument may have been strengthened. Melanthina appeared to be interested in the topic, and John was as well. He hadn't really thought about it, because what they had learned when Mateo was pregnant was minimal. They'd just tried to proceed with caution, and Airily had been exceptionally surprising. Turdo and Verusha produced a child with no born affinity. That is to be expected, Aldera said. There is no guarantee of inborn affinity. Even the most prominent lines were less than 10%. Furthermore, a pairing of fire and water is not that unusual. Any two core elements have a certain simple compatibility. However, it can grow more complex than that. John wanted to know how much she had learned. What is the most unique case you have seen? Previously, those born with two core elements, one of which neither of their parents practiced, Aldera commented. And we did confirm parentage. It was a matter of some strife within that particular clan. Now, I must say the most unique case is that delightful woman over there. She gestured toward Airily. Light and darkness don't easily join. Nick sighed. And don't we know it? We were quite concerned that Airily wasn't going to survive her early cultivation, and more certain she wouldn't have survived without cultivating. Something prodded John. No, someone. He was no longer used to feeling that particular spiritual energy on a regular basis, but he felt strangely more compatible than he had in a long time. A voice growled in his ears. Bring her to meet me. It seemed that Melanthina heard the same thing. Our guardian beast desires to see you in person. John might have hesitated, but she certainly didn't. Aldera always had a pleasant smile. John wasn't aware of her true feelings. However, he did get the feeling she was somewhat happy to hear that. Of course, I would gladly do so. Cyaritzel, yes? Indeed. And he is more conveniently located than he was previously. Melanthina led them down to the sub-levels, infused with darkness. Nick stayed behind. He was quite capable of dealing with darkness-infused surroundings, but that didn't mean it was pleasant, especially in the particularly high-density Cyaritzel maintained around himself. John thought he would be better able to pick out Cyaritzel with a full cycle of elements. However, it appeared that the guardian beast had also grown more powerful and still maintained an air of indistinctness in his form. In the time that he had been fully restored to health, he had long since surpassed the ascending soul phase, just like Qiarn. His growth was slower than a talented cultivator, but as a spirit beast his lifespan may well be eternal. Furthermore, he possessed more power at a comparable rank. If he was at the peak of the ascending soul phase, few would have been able to match him. Greetings, great guardian. Aldera spread out her hands. I must wonder if I appear familiar in your eyes. That is one reason I brought you here, Cyaritzel confessed. And because this fellow seldom visits me. He gestured to John. John wondered if he was actually bothered by that. You can make your way along the roads yourself, I would think. You would be welcome at the 6-element crossroads should you wish to visit. Cyaritzel shook his head, or at least the region of animalian darkness that was deeper than the native darkness. I am not such an inspiring figure as Qiarn. Those who see her in the skies are inspired. Most would think me an omen of death. Both were likely equally capable of killing. But darkness still had its stigmas. Cyaritzel studied Aldera carefully, sniffing her and stepping around her. Our compatibility is different, he finally declared. But I cannot say if that is a matter of elements or because you possess a different self. Aldera's eyes looked between Cyaritzel, Melanthina, and John. I am Mateo, even if not with every memory. John did believe that. It just made things harder. But perhaps Melanthina would find a greater connection with what remained of her mother. She and the others had even less time with her than he did, given the few years before their birth. Chapter 509. Ursel met up with the caravan traveling to Lunsen around the border. The Order of the Amber Heart didn't have any official business with the group and would be traveling separately, but Ursel herself wanted to join. She might have met them earlier at the Tenebach clan, but the timing simply hadn't worked out. John felt her coming before he saw her or heard her, which was quite something as she had a significant physical presence. Her boots rang heavy on the roads of the stone conglomerate, and her armor shone brightly. However, more than all of that, she had a heavy weight around her like a mountain. She didn't possess the greatest amount of earth elemental spiritual energy John had ever seen, but perhaps she simply fit the most. Even if he considered Renato's talent, Ursel was happy in her skin, whether that was the one tempered with special materials or the metal one atop. Hey dad, sis. Ursel nodded pleasantly as she projected her voice towards her intended recipients. Not that her voice needed much of a boost. Doing all right, Airily? Her niece nodded, but didn't seem interested in chatting much more at the moment. Then came the last one. Empress Aldera. Ursel's voice was steady, but she reached towards her back. I got the materials you sent. She swung forth a massive club made of purest jade, the action menacing in a way that caused some of those around Aldera to tense up. However, most of them couldn't have done much to defend the Empress even if she had needed it. You have good stuff. Of course, Aldera said. The Empire of Elements possesses bountiful resources, capable of crafting the highest quality weapons and armor. She moved forward, reaching out for the club that really should have been held in 2 hands. She didn't quite touch, instead stopping just short. She didn't really need to be that close to take a good look at something with her spiritual energy, but it broadcast her intentions. It seems you formed the core yourself. Excellent. Ursel nodded. Not many people can work the materials I need, so I started doing it myself. John nodded. It wasn't that there weren't more skilled craftsmen throughout the continent. His equipment was made by others, even if he sourced some of the materials himself. It was simply that Ursel focused on materials that were more durable at their base. It took a vast amount of spiritual energy to manipulate them at all. No doubt skilled craftsmen familiar with materials could manipulate them with a bit less power, but it simply made sense for Ursel to make things herself at some point. And the weapon was simple in form. Armor was a bit more complex, but she was more than familiar with the form. John had helped her with certain iterations. She'd been bugging him to try to make planet steel, in effect whatever an exalted soul phase Earth cultivator might form themselves. John would eventually, of course. It wasn't like she wanted him to do all of the work. He was just the only real option. Though perhaps Aldera could manage, he simply wasn't certain where her time had been spent. A majority of it should have been focused on her own growth rather than utility abilities, though. Ursel was looking at Aldera suspiciously, as if the woman would try to destroy her new club. Not angrily, though. She'd been terribly upset when her armor was destroyed, but she had moved beyond that by now. We should spar. Besides the material repayment, that was the reason. Ursel liked to test herself against strong people, and even if Aldera had been an enemy, her personal grievances weren't quite as much as John's. She might also try to reveal whatever of Mateo was in there in her own way. Aldera smiled gently. Should the opportunity arise, I would gladly take you up on that offer. It was really better it didn't. John might have to emphasize how they had no formations that could stand up to an exalted soul phase cultivator. Whether that would work was another question, because it would be pretty much impossible to accidentally injure Ursel. Most people had trouble doing while actively trying to kill her, after all. Still, it might be better to hold off on even a friendly spar, just for the near future. Turdo was already in Lunsen when they arrived. It would have been a particularly long detour for him to meet up with them anywhere else, and there would be plenty of time to catch up with his sisters during the tournament. He would also have sufficient time for any interactions with Aldera that might occur. John's feelings on the latter were complicated to say the least. Was this what it was like to be divorced? Not really. After all, he had loved Mateo and never stopped. She hadn't either before she died. Then she came back to life, but before he knew that she became responsible for the death of his new wife. All these thoughts filled him far too often. It was a wonder he got anything done, cultivation or otherwise. He didn't mind if the children were trying to reconnect with their mother. As long as she wasn't manipulating them for some sort of political plot, whatever happened with them would be fine. John was fairly certain she wasn't, but he still kind of wanted to kill Aldera, though less and less the more he experienced things. That was probably for the best. It wouldn't be productive even if he did. It wouldn't even provide proper catharsis. He let the thoughts float away, trying to focus on the opening ceremonies of the tournament. As the sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads, he was responsible for the ceremonial stuff. The real work had already been done by others, and they would likewise be managing things along the way. John shouldn't even have to step in to break up a scuffle. There were plenty of security for that, and conflicts were usually minor. Stronger folk knew better and would bear harsher consequences. If John himself actually had to get involved, things were far from how they should be. John didn't feel like there was any distance between him and Aldera at all. He had said he would answer any questions she had, and he'd meant it. He just hadn't expected there to be that many. What is the purpose of throwing such a heavy ball? Is it useful in a siege? She was in the box next to him, so they were still physically distant. Her voice was carried to him securely by their spiritual energy, but some people would certainly notice they were having private conversations. Maybe that wasn't the worst, though. In fact, it could be a political move, but John was also certain she was just curious. He recognized a certain tone in her voice that lingered from a previous life. It's just a competition, John said. It has no meaning except what people assign to it. A contest to be the best at something with mutually agreed rules. And people can do a lot more of this than sparring. Surely the javelins are for war? Aldera asked. Do you think there's any significant impact there? John asked. There were a few target destruction contests, but stationary targets without active spiritual energy defenses weren't good training for combat. Sometimes sieges, but being a bit more efficient in that area might not be that relevant when people could fly over walls, or leap over, or burrow under. There were barriers, but they were far weaker when not supporting a structure. What swiftness they have, running around the track, Aldera commented. So, it was going to be like that. He supposed he should respond. Obstacle avoidance is quite interesting to watch, but sometimes it is best to see the purest form of competition. Mateo had seen the tournament before, even participated. However, that was many decades prior, before John and the Six Elements Crossroads took over. Not only had they expanded the size of the tournament, they had added a great many different sorts of competitions. There were always people wanting more, but they couldn't have them all for various reasons. Some people wanted cooking competitions. John liked the idea, but it simply wouldn't fit their structure. Plus, the judging would be much harder as it was subjective. It was one thing to rate an acrobatic competition, but fairly assessing dishes from different regions was going to be a step harder. That said, Viriato wanted to drive more traffic towards the area on the off years. Perhaps they would include more things of the sort. Not a lesser tournament, but an alternate. John doubted everyone would believe that, but there was only so much one could do. I'm astounded that people from the Sky Islands are involved, Aldera continued. I suppose they were fighting against the molten sea, but they were quite disconnected. It was a rocky relationship, John replied. Should he mention tossing down the first peak? He wasn't sure what that would accomplish, and it might just sound like bragging. If she wanted to dig into the details, she could doubtless find someone to tell her. None of that was secret. However, Sitora has been a steadfast ally among them. Ah yes, there was that connection between you, she commented. Sitora had been Alva when she was on Earth. Deirdre had encountered her and solidified that revelation during the invasion. Mateo was aware of that. As Aldera spoke, her face showed no expression. However, John felt emotion within her words. At that time, I hoped to rebirth with my memories. It was a hope I never truly expected to be fulfilled, but with the examples of Renato and Justina, I was willing to bet on the fractionary chance. She paused for a moment. I never expected to lose so much. You retained all of your memories, correct? That seems more common among transmigrators. Ah, you studied the phenomena during your current life? I recall. It was true. John remembered everything as well as before he had departed Earth. The memories had been bitter once, a family lost even as he gained another. But now, it was simply another moment in his past. It wasn't as if he could change anything. John risked another glance at Aldera. I couldn't bet my future on something so unlikely. It had to be done regardless. And I didn't expect there was any chance you remained in this world. Or at least, I think that was my justification. She smiled slightly. That creature that was swimming along with the fleet is a child of that Leviathan, is it not? His name is Carl, John said. Airily named him. I'm sure his name strikes fear in the heart of your foes. A wonderful deadpan joke. They weren't even talking about the tournament now. Not really. Most of those who saw him are dead, and we don't tend to shout his name. Perhaps you should. Nobody will expect him. She pondered for a moment. I would like to see the Shimmering Islands. Perhaps not on this visit. I hear that it is doing quite well, and it has many mighty guardian beasts. A few others had managed to raise leviathans to some extent. It was true. No matter what might be most proper, however, they weren't allowed to live in the wild on their own. They could be devastating to ecosystems if unchecked. They could survive merely off of spiritual energy, but they could grow faster by eating, and their instincts would lead them to do so. It wasn't so bad when they were the size of whales. It became a greater concern once they became the size of battleships and then small islands. The Shimmering Islands simply wouldn't have the biomass for a single one that was the size of a large island. Not even in the deepest depths and the darkest trenches, no matter how many ancient monsters lived in the various layers. The balancing competition is too easy, Aldera said, turning the conversation back to trivial but topical matters. They should have to stand on a thin needle 10 stories tall without letting it sway. We'll take your comments under advisement, John said. Chapter 510. Many individuals participated in the more mundane competitions and those that involved significant spiritual energy. And John would say that most people still participated in the combat portion of the tournament, though he wasn't actually certain of this year's numbers. He could get them if he wanted to, but he didn't have to manage such things himself, so he wasn't already aware of them. He was just estimating from what he saw. Some people were clearly nervous in front of the Empire of Elements. It was true that in recent memory they had been at war, at least as far as cultivators were concerned. Anything less than a century felt recent to some. though most of the older generation had fallen behind in terms of cultivation. When the Great Wave came, they were generally near their limits. Quite a few had advanced into the consolidated soul phase, but rarely had the older generation reached the ascending soul phase. It was reasonable for people to be cautious. However, John would not have arranged for Aldera to visit if he did not believe she truly wished for peace. Both would have much preferred they avoid the conflicts between them to begin with, but that simply didn't happen. But now that they were here, they could move past it. No doubt there were many members of the Continental Alliance that had lost people, but that was also true in the Empire of Elements. Not counting the Purge, even, Aldera had willingly taken a harder hit to her side to reach peace, even if she didn't strictly have to. It did have its benefits for her personal influence, though they were minor compared to having reached the exalted soul phase. Lower-ranking cultivators battled first. They were in smaller arenas, blocked off from each other, though those watching from the stands could see most of them. The tournament was so large that it was impossible for everyone to be visible in the main arena, even with the tournament spanning a month. They rapidly cut down numbers to get to the more interesting battles. John liked to pay attention to those fighting above their rank, those who were successful enough in their own category to battle those above them. Even if they didn't win, there was always something to learn, either for them or for their opponents. And when they did win, it was notable. There wasn't anything as amazing as the upset battle between Ursel and Abrit, with many ranks and a phase difference, but John noticed a few young talents. And a couple talents that might become young if their cultivation speed could match their combat prowess. It was difficult for an older cultivator to catch up, but not entirely impossible. If it was merely a matter of talent, whatever that was, then there wasn't really any hope. However, some simply didn't have the necessary circumstances to grow properly. Others fell behind due to outside reasons, like the Tenebach clan had once done by lowering the cultivation of their older generations. With Xianxia restored to full power, and having advanced beyond his previous peak, that was now unnecessary. The spirit beast alone could sacrifice some of himself, and successive generations would repay him with interest. John had personally thought that the consolidated soul phase portion of the tournament would be more engaging. It wasn't that the current generation was any worse than the last. No, they should have developed at least as well. From the perspective of most, it would have been perfectly fine. But he was now an exalted soul phase cultivator, and the gap allowed him to see far more flaws. It's hard to believe I was ever that sloppy, John commented. Obviously, those particular words would be secret. No need to disparage those trying hard below. Two Phoenix Forest cultivators battled each other. One a pure fire cultivator, the other the most natural for their location of mixed earth and fire. Ultimately, neither route was particularly better or worse. It all mattered what suited the cultivator in question. You were, Aldera said. We all were, though perhaps not quite so much at the same phase. He wondered if she would have proclaimed that bit of humility publicly. Not that it really made a difference to him either way. Hopefully we can guide people a bit better now. That would be ideal, Aldera commented. After all, we still have enemies. Even if you have dealt with the windswept sea for the moment, it is unlikely to be the end of things. It makes me want to wipe them out completely, John said with more honesty than intended. But I think I would hate myself if I acted in such a manner. There were situations where he would do that with individual sects or clans. He had done it. The windswept sea was more than that. It was an entire elemental region, and a sizable one at that. Not close to the continent in population, but a decent portion of its area for however that counted. Aldera gave the tiniest nod that wouldn't be noticed by anyone not looking carefully. With their eyes, as their spiritual energy would not reach her even if they were so bold as to try. I appreciate that you still stand by certain convictions. Even if I would not act in precisely the same manner, I understand the desire. Ascending soul phase was better. He could still see flaws, but some of those he would have already been able to pick out when he was in the same phase. He'd also devoted more effort to specifically training his own disciples and addressing his new insights. Aldera paid special attention to them. They weren't the strongest in the tournament, having only just reached the ascending soul phase. However, they still stood out because they practiced the core cycle of elements to near perfection. I have heard your disciples came from humble origins, Aldera said. You can just say I picked them up off the streets, John shrugged. It's true, though nowadays we take better care of our youths. There were plenty of good reasons for that. Aside from the moral points, the city just functioned better if they raised the standard of living for the lowest among them. Plus, John had the feeling that there were a lot of potential cultivators among them. Even picking out a few every once in a while was worth the cost. It does mean we can't pick out the ones who manage to cultivate almost entirely on their own, John said. But I figure actual intentional selection is probably better than hoping to randomly find others like them. Aldera had some thoughts about that time. I hadn't expected you to leave behind the clans. Though, it doesn't appear they have suffered under their current leadership. How could they have? We raised them well, at least until the point that I fell apart. His collapse wasn't really public knowledge. His loss of cultivation was. But nowadays most people said he intentionally reset his cultivation to refamiliarize himself with the growth process. It was possible that Aldera would try to take advantage of some perceived weakness, but John wasn't weak anymore. He'd overcome. And if she did anything like that, he'd be more disappointed in her than in himself. I traveled the world looking for meaning, and I found many different things. People mostly. I was angry at myself, but I still loved cultivation. It's always satisfying. But there were also old memories and food. Food? Aldera asked. I don't recall you being a gourmand. Did I lose more than I thought? I think you had some of the details, but it really wasn't like that. I can appreciate all good food, but it was something particular. From my past life. He hadn't talked with Mateo all that much about his profession as a burger flipper or a burger restaurant manager. It had come up, but there was only so much to say. He also hadn't had the confidence to cook for her. Not because he couldn't have made a good burger at the time, but because it just didn't seem like enough. Falling apart had helped him see what was important, and it wasn't the appearance of being fancy. In short, he was kind of the opposite of a gourmand, or at least not one of the snobby kind. Ursel was fighting against a man named Venkat. He recalled Venkat from prior tournaments, but not for his combat prowess. He'd been one of the winners of the full spiritual energy shot put. It was a far cry from the version that relied fully on the body, as he'd created an explosion of steam that propelled the target. But it had worked according to the rules, an impressive result. That made him memorable, but in a limited scenario. It was far different to fight, and even more so to fight Ursel. She didn't give the man a moment to prepare anything, attacking immediately upon the start of the battle. That wasn't particularly different from her normal, though. She launched herself forward by springing off of an angled pillar of rock. Her brilliant new jade club swung down, its impact force far wider than the weapon itself. That could have been it. Usually it would have been. However, Venkat launched himself out of the way, though he took a grazing blow to his shoulder on the way out. That could have been the end, because there was only so much damage that the arena formations would accept before it had to block an attack. Technically, people could survive with an arm cut off, but that wasn't an acceptable result. There wasn't much difference between that and a dislocated shoulder as far as the arena blocking attacks went, so it erred on the side of people keeping all their limbs. The same was true when things were manually controlled, as tended to be more the case in higher brackets. Ursel tried to immediately follow up, but Venkat kicked out behind him, pushing them apart with a gout of steam. Ursel barely slowed, but that just let him accelerate faster. Despite how she looked, Ursel was fast and had great stamina. Running away from her wasn't a winning move. But Venkat seemed prepared. As he ran along, patches of ice formed, an unusual feature for cultivators from the boiling springs. Ursel stomped through them, ignoring their potential threat by simply shattering the ice. That worked a handful of times, until she ran into the one with superheated steam built up beneath it. Ursel actually went flying into the sky. John was certain she would have even with her previous, slightly heavier armor. He had actually noticed Venkat building up quite a lot of pressure beneath the ground, his movements not actually as frantic as they appeared. With Ursel in the air, Venkat used his good arm to strike forward, carrying even more steam in a concentrated burst. Ursel tried to bat it away, but he was ready for that as well. The steam instantly condensed around her club, forming ice. A blob about a meter across formed in an instant, sealing Ursel's hand to her club. Obviously, she still swung it at Venkat as she fell towards the ground. But he was prepared, overcoming her hold over the ice and knocking it back towards her body. The club did graze his other hip, once again close to a death blow, even from brief contact. The man was tough for that to not be the end. Venkat didn't slow down as Ursel was momentarily surrounded by ice. He moved in closer, standing right in front of her. Her wrist flicked to try to smack him with the club, even though her arms were locked in unbreakable ice. He didn't let that deter him, instead focusing on his task, which appeared to be shoving more steam inside the shell of ice, while also reinforcing it. After all, unbreakable ice wouldn't last long against Ursel. John was impressed at how well Venkat manipulated temperature and water. A perfect show of fire-supporting water. He could have tried pure fire, which would have theoretically been Ursel's weakness, but his combination worked better. Ursel continued to freeze over, enough that she couldn't move her body. Nor could she manage to do anything with her roots cracking boulders as Venkat allowed the pressure to simply widen his ball of ice, filling in the gaps. Finally, the match was called. It might have been possible for her to come back, but if things progressed any further, he also might freeze important parts of her solid. Once the formations were active, Venkat stepped back. Without his energy solidifying things, Ursel shattered the ice in an instant. John couldn't see her face, but he expected it to be a certain kind of determined. You may have won this time, but don't expect it to work twice. Venkat just grinned, then collapsed onto his butt. I wasn't even sure it would work once. The man was so exhausted he would likely have to drop out of the next round. There was no way he would be recovered to a functional state, even in a day. But he looked happy, and John wouldn't blame him. Ursel was one of the biggest targets to overcome in a fight. He likely trained specifically to overcome her. Chapter 511. The final battle of the tournament was not at all what John expected. Due to the arrangement of contestants, some of the favored individuals were knocked out earlier than expected. It was possible that people like Lacanus and Renato hadn't gone all out. They put in real effort, but John understood that there was a difference between real stakes and a tournament where people's lives were guaranteed. Those who could pull out something more when it mattered were the best. As it was, Tajana of the Searing Sarcophagus was one of the finalists. Inviting some of those remaining in the molten sea had been something only undertaken after some careful analysis of politics. He hadn't expected someone like her to be a finalist, though. John had fought alongside her during the war, and she certainly had talent, but she was also only in the mid-ascending soul phase. There were quite a number of late ascending soul phase cultivators available, though not everyone was participating in the tournament. Regardless, John thought there were plenty with similar or greater talent and cultivation rank. Like her opponent, though he was certainly biased with regards to the metric that wasn't easily discernible. Talent wasn't a strict thing and was based around an individual's growth and overall effectiveness during their time as a cultivator. Anyway, it was Melanthina. John thought all of his children were talented. He knew they were, but maybe they weren't the most talented. Even Ursel had lost, which was still a surprise even with Venkat having prepared specifically for her. Depending on perspective, the fight was either extremely terrible to watch or excellent. For those without sufficiently powerful spiritual energy senses, it was probably awful. There were no visuals for most of the battle. When Melanthina wasn't wreathed in darkness, she was invisible with light passing completely through her. But for those who could keep track of things, she was constantly on the move attacking Tajana. For her part, Tajana was taking advantage of the slightly fire-dominant field arrangement. She had turned the sands into molten glass, wielding them like waves that tried to crash over Melanthina as she made her attacks. They also served as a shield, even protecting against twisted pairings of light and darkness as she kept the material far enough back that any explosions occurred at a safe distance. However, it was impossible for her to keep track of Melanthina's position forever. Sometimes she left false positions, gathered bits of spiritual energy to fake her position. Whenever Tajana thought she'd picked her out, it could be a decoy, so she wasn't able to fully commit to any attacks. If she had actually managed to cover Melanthina with a wave of molten sand, she might have had a decent chance at defeating her. But eventually Tajana was worn down and defeated. That left Melanthina with the grand prize. It was possible some people would complain given her connection to John, but not to her face. Because ultimately, they would know that she was strong. And if none of the others at the top voiced their complaints, how could anyone lesser? Those who were strong knew well enough. And the rewards for winning the tournament weren't the sort of thing that greatly influenced the path of a sect or clan. The Continental Alliance was providing significant benefits to all, and it was a time of prosperity. Since John wasn't participating in the tournament, not even as a special final opponent, that was the end of things. Or so it was supposed to be. John didn't know how it began, but a call rang out among the people. Fight the Empress. It had been very clear up front that that was not going to happen. Both with relation to Aldera directly and the people, it wasn't going to happen. If people had been angry, John would have shut it down completely. This was a thing of peace. However, people sounded more excited than upset. It was possible they really just wanted to see the two strongest people battle it out. Unfortunately, John said, that won't be possible. The enchantments aren't up to the level of protecting against power at the exalted soul phase. Rather than making people settle down, that declaration of power just made people even more excited for the idea. John exchanged a glance with Aldera. His intention was to have her politely decline. He'd already done so first, so it wouldn't be shameful for her. However, she betrayed his expectations. She looked out over the people. Her voice spread far and wide. Well, I suppose if we can arrange some method that people will be safe watching, we can give some sort of display. She seemed just as surprised as John, but not unwilling. John had to think about it, though he couldn't take long. Could it be some trap? Did she want to kill him in front of his own people? That seemed like a foolish mistake. Even if it was an accident, she wouldn't get away. It would be a terrible result. On the other hand, he could kill her, and they'd only have to additionally deal with her entourage. Fairly easy with the bulk of the Continental forces present. She knew he wanted to kill her. Or at least, John wanted to kill Aldera. The rest of the details made things a bit more complicated. He should shut down the idea. He couldn't even think of how. Well, as long as it was only for one battle, the audience could certainly be safe. Quiet down. We have no arrangements for this, but we might be able to manage. He directed his voice to just Viriato for a moment. Do we have any high-potency elemental arrangements remaining for the arena? Viriato thought for a moment. We have a few that haven't sustained any damage. John nodded. Prepare one. He didn't put too much effort into concealing what was said. Even if people overheard, he didn't mind. They simply didn't need to directly overhear. As for the rest, we may need to rearrange where people are in the arena. Guests will have to be responsible for their combined defense. That means loose cultivators joining with sects and clans of similar elements to provide additional energy for widespread defenses. You'll need to focus for the whole battle. Are you willing? The outcry was astoundingly loud, even with the arena's enchantments limiting such noise. John wasn't really surprised that cultivators were passionate about this. Even if some of them liked non-combat options, strength was still paramount. And nobody except a small selection had witnessed an exalted soul phase battle. We will have to slightly extend the duration of the tournament, then, John said. One more day to organize this unexpected situation. I truly don't mind, Aldera said when John consulted her. He was willing to take the publicity hit for canceling things if she was uncertain. I think we can provide a sufficiently spectacular event without going overboard. Unless you've been slacking on your training since our battle? John shook his head. When we fought, we were on the cusp of advancement. I hadn't expected quite so much to be beyond that point. Good, Aldera said. Then we are agreed. We shall make a suitably impressive display, though we must call it off before we damage the foundations of the arena. Right. We might not have anyone directly protecting that, John said. He knew they could cause that damage. Together, they could flatten the city, even with defensive enchantments at full power. That was the sort of strength the exalted soul phase had. He'd had the opportunity to test himself against the windswept sea and was aware of the massive potential. Lightning struck the waters as the two cultivators stood atop roiling waves. A storm arena had been prepared, with enchanted pillars to create the winds, rain, and lightning. The whole thing was visually impressive, and John thought Viriato had tossed in a little bit extra. He hoped it wasn't going to be too expensive to replace. Prepare yourselves, John declared to the surrounding stands. Both he and Aldera were ready to face each other. He knew that, and he would have even if they hadn't discussed previously. He pointed toward one section. Shore up your defenses. Everyone there flinched, but the lacking water element in the area was raised. The surrounding groups also put in more effort, just in case they were being called out too. The defenses weren't perfect, but they were full of sufficient power, at least to protect against collateral damage. I am ready whenever you say, John commented. Aldera nodded. I shall make one circle with my spear. Then we shall begin. She drew out a smooth arc, a perfect rotation with easily visible timing. False clouds parted from their first clash. Neither of the two used individual elements in their techniques anymore. At most, they could be said to be dominant in one or two, but at all times 6 elements suffused their every move. Aldera's first spear thrust sent people in the stands reeling even though she pulled back after John avoided her attack. John's attack similarly broke through the outer barriers, and some of his slash hit the stairs between segments. Just like that, the defenses had been overcome. Both of them hitting at the same time might have made the situation worse, but either way the arena simply couldn't stand up to their power. People hadn't quite realized that. Rather than guarding themselves with effort that was merely serious, the observers began to output the maximum stable amount of spiritual energy they could manage. John thought that was prudent. The battle wouldn't be very long anyway. Even if the two meant to kill each other, it wouldn't have been. Aldera tossed some of the arena's lightning at him, and John responded by raising a drenched pillar of earth from the floor beneath to block it. Following that, light and darkness clashed in bright explosions. The mutually destructive elements might have been the least dangerous to the two combatants, as either of them could negate the reaction with their own control. After all, they lived with both elements inside of them. If they couldn't trivially manage that, they would probably be dead, instead of balanced full-cycle cultivators. The two of them flew about, ricocheting off of the waters below and the barriers above and around. They tried to confine themselves to an area where people could watch, but soon they found themselves being drawn to the skies. Storm clouds gathered as their power swirled. Not clouds of pure water or water and air, but instead the 6 elements that a strain possessed were being drawn out into the open. They were always there, mixed together in harmony, but now they were visible and dangerous. This couldn't last much longer without the city going falling. John didn't have to say that for Aldera to get it. He merely gestured, and the two of them nodded. A final clash, or a series of them, gathering multicolored clouds, were rent asunder. John slashed down at Aldera and created a gouge along one of the main roads. It was more durable than the surroundings, so it had to be sacrificed so that his attack didn't dig concerningly deep. Aldera's spear created a meter-wide hole in the ground that might lead all the way to the prismatic chambers. John wondered how he could ever defend a city from an invading, exalted soul phase cultivator. He'd have to be much stronger, and he couldn't guarantee that if they existed at all. He was only a small number of years into the phase, and already he had phenomenal power. The battle stopped by mutual agreement. Their weapons met, and their elements perfectly balanced. The atmosphere at once settled down. John was pleased with himself, then saddened by an alternate timeline where this nearly perfect compatibility would have been nothing but good. If only Astrid hadn't died, or if he hadn't known her. John pushed away the latter intrusive thought. That wasn't acceptable. The time they had together had been unequivocally good. There was no reason for him to have rejected her. If he had, Aldera might have met a man not yet fully recovered from Mateo's death. Perhaps they would have immediately joined together. It might have been wonderful, or they might have hurt each other even more than what had happened in this world. But it didn't matter, because Aldera was responsible for Astrid's death even if nobody who still lived actually wanted that outcome. Aldera smiled pleasantly as the winds and chaos settled between them. After that, I could use something to eat. I can have the finest chefs in the land bring you whatever you wish, John replied. Or I can make you the street food I invented. John was certain he'd mentioned his former profession to Mateo, but he'd never cooked for her. Why not? Because he'd been too important to do it, maybe. He honestly didn't know. But ultimately, he didn't hate cooking burgers, and he liked them. Not made with fancy ingredients from rare animals, but just food. He should have done things like that before. He would have gotten around to it, probably, once he and Mateo weren't trying to run clans in different regions. Offering to Aldera wasn't necessarily to make up for that lack. He was just interested to see what option she would pick. I will eat anything you make, Aldera said firmly, especially street food. I'm tired of eating gilded once-in-a-century fruits. Aside from the potent spiritual energy, most of them are kind of awful. Did people actually put gold on fruit they fed her? It could have been a metaphor, but people on Earth did that so. John looked around. He could see some distant flocks, ones he knew were owned by the 6 Elements Crossroads. I think we'll eat that one. He wasn't an expert at butchering meat, but he could grab a bison without even spooking it and bring it back to the city. He knew the meat well enough to get what he needed, and it would be ground anyway. Then he'd grab a good bun and cheese and grill it himself. Even if she didn't like it, it would be honest food. And he would. Chapter 512. Despite his best efforts, John didn't think gathering ingredients looked particularly grand. However, there wasn't much else he could do in a limited time span. And he also doubted Aldera would appreciate watching a months-long journey where he struggled against various beasts to harvest a 1,000-year spirit tomato. That was theoretically one that took 1,000 years to grow, not a really old and rotten one. Why did he want to put on a good display? He could have tried to justify it with something like making the Continental Alliance appear better in the eyes of Aldera and the Empire of Elements. But it would have been pretty weak. Mostly, he just wanted the one real thing he'd brought with him from Earth to be seen positively. Even if hot sandwiches weren't entirely original. When he'd first begun his burger production, John had missed various modern conveniences. Mechanical slicers and proper grills had been chief among them. However, he found there was something appealing about an imperfect flow of heat being regulated by the cook. He could do so much more than simply change the settings to high or low. He could redirect the temperature to one stubborn spot of a patty that was cooking slower. A little extra heat on the edges could make it perfectly crispy. Slicing things perfectly was simple. A sharp knife and a steady hand, as well as awareness on a level he couldn't have envisioned on Earth, all added together to overcome what was missing. Though in truth, most of the tools had existed somewhere, and what didn't had been recreated in some form due to his explanations or the needs of those who had taken up his mantle as burger chef. If he was making mini burgers, John would likely take advantage of the conveniences. Here, however, he was only making two. Meat was fried along with a relative of onion. Likewise, tomatoes hadn't developed along quite the same path, but there were recognizable replacements. John was pleased that they weren't all a single color and hoped they never got homogenized to that extent. He had purchased a bun because John had never been a fan of baking. Furthermore, a proper bun would take more time to put together, just like any bread, needing time to rise. Perhaps there was something he could have done with spiritual energy, but he already knew which buns were good. The final step was a sauce. Something like mayonnaise mixed with a few spices, spread just perfectly to provide flavor without overpowering the other parts of the burger. John could smell the sizzling meat, fresh bread, and chopped toppings. He found he was smiling. He wasn't really thinking about anything but cooking, not whatever was going on in the wider world or anything that had happened in his personal life. Just focused on a simple task, though he did make it a bit more complicated than it needed to be. He manipulated things with his spiritual energy until they were as perfect as could be, though John recognized that true perfection was worse in some ways. If every bite was exactly the same, things could get boring. John whisked Aldera away to the top of the highest tower the crossroads had. It didn't have any seating or anything, but they really didn't need any. He rested his own plate on the wall, picking up his burger with one hand. "It doesn't have anything amazing," John said. "Though around here, everything at least has a bit of spiritual energy mixed among the elements. It's not terribly healthy, but it tastes good." He took a big bite. Aldera was a bit more hesitant. She'd watched silently as he worked, and John wondered what she thought. So far, her face was decidedly neutral. She picked up the food with two hands, turning it. She took a bite, and just a little bit of sauce fell out the back, squeezed out the back, and fell onto the top of the tower. John could have caught it with his spiritual energy. He could still separate it from the rocks if he wanted to. However, sometimes cleaning should be left for later. Aldera chewed silently, and John wondered what she was thinking. So far, she hadn't been timid with her opinions. If she liked it, he expected her to say so. And if she didn't, "I'm not going to start a war if you don't like my food," John commented. Aldera tilted her head, then grinned. "I was just thinking about something." She took another bite. "Should I ask what?" John responded. "I was thinking about you. I have presuppositions about what you were supposed to be like, and about how you have acted in front of me recently. I thought maybe you might poison me." John nodded. There was one in the western seas that was surprisingly hard to detect. It almost went extremely poorly for me. Aldera raised an eyebrow. John was quite certain she hadn't been serious about that comment. "Is that so? If I hadn't gotten into advanced body tempering, it really might have caused a disaster. He might not have died, but the berserk properties it had might have led to significant harm to Astrid. He didn't know if he would have been able to forgive himself. He barely knew if he could forgive Aldera. Why did everything come back to Astrid? The same reason they could lead back to any major component of his life, he supposed. Once they'd been married, they were always together. John was glad. because he'd already made the mistake of waiting for some future time when things would be easier to spend the maximum time with Mateo. Rarely more than 2 months out of the year. It wouldn't have been bad if they had more years together. But they didn't. How do you see the future? John asked Aldera idly. What do you want? He wasn't really sure why he asked. He hadn't really expected a response, either. But Aldera took the time to give one. I envision a prosperous future for all of our peoples, Aldera said. Assuming there is no great foe remaining among the foreign elemental regions. But even if there is, I intend to be strong enough to face it. I imagine it is your desire as well, to reach the peak of cultivation, to prove to ourselves that we can, and so that we do not have to be afraid. John didn't have to ask what she feared. He knew, at least well enough. There were certain fears that stood above others. Mainly, the fear of death and loss. Living for over a century now, he was more attached to his family and friends than ever before. And personally, he also had fear of his own death. That things would be the end. Even if that hadn't been true once, it was expected that it would be the case in the future. It was one thing if it came slowly. However, John wanted to live a complete life before that point. That made him wonder, though, if his current life couldn't be considered complete. From a certain perspective, he'd had everything. It almost felt greedy to want more. I hope that we can remain at peace, John commented. It was, in part, because Aldera was strong. Her people were dangerous. Aside from such practical considerations, however, he simply didn't want the conflict. With everyone. With her. Even if some part of him told him that he still hadn't gotten revenge. Aldera placed the final bite in her mouth, slowly chewing. She swallowed it. I enjoy your food. It is not the sort that people see fit to feed an empress. I was worried my palate might have grown impossibly delicate and that I could not enjoy simple foods. John nodded. It would be so easy to ruin my appreciation of anything that doesn't cost a boatload of condensed spiritual energy. I also appreciate that you do not believe my stomach would be overfilled by a single pea. I barely get to eat more than a few bites in public. John looked around. The thing about being atop a tower was that everything you could see could also see you. It's hard to get more public than here. Yet nobody dared look too close. We can tell them that we dined on the purest phoenix feathers. I don't think feathers are food. Phoenixes might have also died out, though maybe they'd simply merged with other sorts of firebirds. Aldera nodded. In that case, I would suggest avoiding the northern parts of the Empire of Elements. She made a face. If it has spiritual energy, they will eat it. John shook his head. That sounds like a terrible way to absorb it efficiently. I can't speak much for the efficiency, but it is terrible. Having successfully not started another war, while at the same time John hoped having suitably impressed the people of the continent, John was pleased to return Aldera to her ships and see her away. With her physically present, it was easy for him to think of her and the Empire of Elements as the only possible threat. The dissonance he felt with his certainty that she didn't want to hurt him just made the whole duration extremely stressful. They really weren't the only potential threat, though. The western seas were probably fine. They quite happily traded with the continent. For the moment, the windswept sea to the south was subdued. Whether for a decade or several generations, John did not know. It was unlikely they would muster up any forces of note too quickly, given how they had crushed the closest and most powerful groups. If they rose once more, it would really be a new group taking advantage of their names. But there could be some beyond them. There was also the sovereign primacy. Perhaps they weren't significantly stronger than the last war, in which case John himself could vastly influence any sort of future conflict. But maybe they had an exalted soul phase cultivator somewhere. The biggest threat, though, was the continent itself. Specifically, if people as a whole decided the alliance wasn't worth it. At the moment, enough people believed for it to work, combining their power into a single whole. But they could falter. It took constant upkeep. John felt like he never had a chance to relax. He had to get back to managing such things soon. He paused to think as the closest thing he'd gotten to a vacation lately was hosting the Empress of the Empire they had been at war with. Cultivators didn't really do vacations. No, that might not be true. They went on training journeys all the time, and they weren't focused 100% of the time. John could afford to take a little bit of time off, just not too much. He was worried he would fall behind some unknown enemy. He was afraid, a little bit. And yet, he knew that cultivating for that reason wasn't optimal. He assumed Aldera knew, but he should have said it. Cultivating because it felt wonderful to discover new insights and grow, merely for the act itself, was probably the best things got. Surely she knew. But he still should have reinforced the thought. Maybe he could send a letter. It would likely be a big affair any time he did, so he would have to make it worthwhile. Pages of flowery words that she could spread to her people. Political discourse, ideas for trade deals that were really better off being managed by others, not those at the top of the system. And finally, a few things he actually wanted to say. It came to John's mind that he already missed Aldera, and that he didn't know if he should. Some of her was Mateo, certainly. However, even if one didn't consider being born into a new life, it was possible for someone to be the same person, and yet not. Personalities shifted over time, and people fell apart, especially because of trauma. And there were probably more reasons to not get overly involved than there were to seek something out. But he couldn't help but draw parallels to the past, with her living far away. This time, it was hopefully for the best. They had empires to run. Except John wasn't an emperor, yet. Maybe he shouldn't be. Yet there were also some whose opinions he trusted that thought otherwise. The official state of things could greatly affect the future of a group, even if he didn't do anything different except change what he called their group. John wasn't sure if he had quite the necessary level of control, but clearly Aldera's control of her own empire hadn't been absolute. He might not be far off. He didn't want to be an emperor. He wished he could just trust others to run things. But unfortunately, those he would trust seemed to prefer him in this position. John could exhaust himself thinking in circles about that, so he would stop. Ultimately, what he learned was that he should eat burgers more often. Yes, that sounded correct. Chapter 5:13. Given his position, one might have expected that John's face would be known to most of the Continental Alliance. During the tournament, everyone had the opportunity to look at him. Yet while that was technically true, nobody was really looking at him. They were looking at the sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads, a mighty, exalted soul phase cultivator. And while John was those things, they weren't all of him. They also had very little to do with his face. A simple change in wardrobe, and he could look like any commoner. Well, not a commoner. It would likely be obvious from his demeanor that he was a cultivator, but people might not recognize more about him. Obviously, he'd have to be hiding his cultivation for that to work. Even though it wasn't too oppressive with a near-perfect balance of elements, it was bound to draw attention. What John actually wanted wasn't an even split, because nobody should have all 6 elements unless they were him. And a few members of the 6 Elements Crossroads that were attempting a full cycle, but they wouldn't have proper totems, and thus likely had different ratios for those missing elements. John actually displayed light elements specifically. After all, what better way to hide than to specifically reveal you weren't hiding anything? With a seemingly modest cultivation, something around the level of the late soul expansion phase, nobody would take much note of him unless they put a lot of effort into looking deeper for no good reason. A different hairstyle was the final piece of the puzzle. Those who weren't familiar with him probably wouldn't connect John to his actual position, and thus he could travel the country incognito. It was a good thing nobody at the 6 Elements Crossroads would make a fuss about him needing guards or something. Not since he'd reached the exalted soul phase. Normally, John would have taken any opportunity he could to visit friends and family, if he was going to be nearby. He consoled himself that he'd at least gotten a few moments before and during the tournament. Pleasurable company would have to wait for a later journey. John had multiple goals as he started his journey south through the stone conglomerate. First was to check on the state of each region and its people, to see what its leadership wouldn't tell him about, good or bad. The second was to determine, if he could, what was so different about the exalted soul phase. One would think he knew about the latter, being one of the 2 known individuals to reach the stage. And he did understand it, but only for himself. It wasn't just that his version required 6 elements. It required each totem he had, his personality, and probably his interactions with Aldera. At the very least, he'd skipped a few decades due to that interaction. John had expected his friends to follow immediately behind him. They all had great talent and numerous advantages. He'd done his best to aid them, yet they all lacked confidence. Even he lacked confidence in teaching them what he could. But if he observed each element individually again, he might find insights that would be helpful. Maybe not soon. It might even take a century, but if nothing killed them, an ascending soul phase cultivator would easily reach that age. Even soul expansion phase cultivators could live well past a century in good health. There weren't any solid numbers, With the best lifespan, they had to look at being Sitora. She was old, having transmigrated some 2 centuries before John, but as a cultivator in the ascending soul phase, she could go for a while longer. Maybe a century, maybe 2. If not for the injuries she had received from Abrit during her final efforts to display superiority. Or whatever that was. John hadn't been interested in talking, just crushing her under her own sect grounds. Either way, injuries to a cultivator at an advanced age were harder to deal with, and even if they recovered to good health, it could cost them some of their potential lifespan. John wanted his friends and his children to remain young and healthy as long as possible. If he could figure out a reliable method for them to reach the exalted soul phase, he would do so, just not at the expense of actually spending time with them. Going incognito meant he didn't have to visit any sects or clans. If he only stopped in places he felt might have some insights for him, he could cover every elemental region in a couple months. It would also help him sort out his thoughts about everything. Being even the slightest bit friendly with Aldera felt like a betrayal of Astrid, but he didn't believe she would feel that way. And, just like she'd helped him do with Mateo, she would want him to let go, not to forget. However, clutching tightly onto memories to the point they were distorted didn't benefit anyone, neither the living nor the dead, nor those who reincarnated. It was quite difficult to ask anyone if they wanted revenge on people who had killed him. Not as impossible on Earth, but he only had 3 examples. Renato didn't remember enough about the circumstances. His experiences of cultivation stayed with him and had helped his path, but beyond that there wasn't much. Justina had stated that she was entirely happy forgetting about how she died on the other side of the planet. Even now, when she might have opportunities to visit the area, she hadn't expressed interest in anything beyond visiting her old home. Though maybe she would change her mind if she came across some clan or sect associated with her death. Aldera had created an empire and started a war, so there were different responses. John chose to believe Aldera might have been the forgiving sort, given various circumstances. At the very least, the practical realities didn't allow him to seek revenge for her, so remaining bitter wouldn't benefit him. There was a tiny thought lingering in the back of his head that he might yet be able to ask her. If Mateo reincarnated, why not her? But it was a foolish thought, because he was already having difficulty about whether or not he should accept Mateo as the same person. Hoping for more of that was insane. He couldn't entirely discount the possibility, though he did hope if there was some peace to be had beyond death that Astrid would have achieved it. Earth was solidity, yet it was also growth. People thought of stones as unchanging, but John had lived long enough to see the effects of erosion on the hills he passed through. Not nearly enough time to raise or bury mountains, but he saw stones fade away just as anything else, if perhaps a bit more stubborn. Then again, soil was easily moved, and that was also in the domain of earth. Darkness. It was concealment, yet it was also a drawing close. It could be used for deception, yet at the same time it could be used for revelation. It was easier to conceive of its negative uses, but there wasn't anything inherently evil or unpleasant about it. Just like any other element, the biggest factors relied on its users. Darkness clashed with light. That was what he experienced in the Annihilation Strip. A young and foolish Nick had ventured into the area. John might not have needed to find him, but his assistance certainly helped the man avoid a longer period of recovery. The 2 elements happily lived together inside John. Nick and Melanthina didn't maintain any stores of the other's element, but they had trained to accept each other. Airly had been born with the elements, while Viriato had been foolish enough to attune to light and darkness as his first totems, but also lucky enough to survive. With Aldera, it was clear it wasn't an absolute mutual destruction. The 2 elements were just a bit more volatile, mutually overcoming, yet in certain extremes, mutually supporting. What were shadows without light? John was well aware that especially in this world they still existed, but the 2 could either complement each other or tear each other apart. He spent some time in the Annihilation Strip. Perhaps he would find some insights he could share. Nobody on the verge of the exalted soul phase was training both light and darkness, but Airly wasn't far from the ascending soul phase. Then another few decades, and she might be interested. The dead fields were an interesting place, for all that they lacked any form of life. Unlike the gloom desolation, it all appeared entirely natural. The land wasn't fertile, but beneath the ground was a thriving ecosystem of light. The prism underfields didn't tend to accept random visitors, but John was aware of certain tunnels that nobody paid any mind to. They didn't connect to any of the major chambers claimed by cultivators, so they just had an interesting form of light element, as well as a decent quantity of reflective crystals. Insects in the Solrot bog wouldn't dare to bother John. They weren't that wise on their own, but he found little difficulty in replicating the aura of insect-focused cultivators and previous guides through the area. Darkness and water produced life in abundance, even if most of it wasn't the sort of life that John liked. He hadn't spent too much time there because it was mostly a place people passed through, but he felt something different. Along with the other two elements, he felt a greater portion of Earth. It was possible the region had changed, but it also could have been John who changed. Having the three allied elements make up a region wasn't an unexpected thing. With the quantity being lower, most wouldn't count it as a tri-elemental region. Just like people had at one point not counted a strain as having any elements, even if might have had more total spiritual energy than any of the surrounding regions. Water and air. Familiar storms and beautiful islands among the chaos. Sometimes traveling through adversity brought rewards, and sometimes you just survived. Water and earth. Life in abundance. Some might even say it was overabundant. Growth was rapid, with roads being choked over with plant growth in a matter of seasons. Plants and beasts grew massive. Great Ring City was an example of what had once been one of the largest trees anywhere. John was fairly certain there were a few candidates, like the indestructible Kapok Grove. He did spot a few as he wandered through the wilderness, but he didn't bother measuring them. He witnessed great beasts, but only those that were lesser tried to eat him. His displayed aura was too weak for anything powerful to want to consume, and he was too small for some of the others to bother with. Though, of course, that was only if he didn't make himself seem a convenient meal. He stayed well away from the path of a giant panther measuring 10 meters at the shoulder. He provided the locals a warning about it, as the beast was the equivalent of an ascending soul phase cultivator. The Viridia wildlands were prepared for danger in general, but such particular threats were beyond them. John would be recommending Ursula visit the area. She would love to solve that problem for them, and he was confident in her power. He witnessed the emerging bamboo sect from afar. Somewhere in there was probably one of the stalks of bamboo he had fostered the growth of. He wondered if anyone remembered which one. He hadn't been that important at the time. Probably a bunch of people picked one out and said with certainty which one was which, but it wouldn't be true. John planted a new far out from the sect. It didn't mean much, but he filled it with a little bit of each element. He hoped it would grow big and strong, but he couldn't do much beyond give it an initial boost and a nice place to live. It was next to the bottom of a waterfall, where it would receive plenty of water. It was surrounded by fertile soil. The air quality was excellent, even if there wasn't all that much air element spiritual energy. There was always some, though. John could even sense fire element deep in the background. The brightness of the shining coast. John cut through only one corner, but it was the side adjacent to the blustering peaks. From there, he could see all the way to the actual coast. He got a few ideas for how to improve his light body tempering project. Nothing he would try right away, as potentially blinding himself on the road would be inconvenient. Ultimately, though, he wanted to be resistant to truly bright lights, like adaptive polarization, but without the risk of going too dark and losing vision that way. It would be a careful balancing act. He considered how he might modify more of his body along a similar fashion. He didn't think he wanted to absorb or reflect more light, but there might be benefits. He could turn his skin into camouflage of some sort, but that really wasn't relevant when he'd always be wearing clothes. He wanted practical benefits, not weird body modifications. His climb through the blustering peaks only involved a little bit of cheating. Sometimes the ridge he chose didn't actually lead where he wanted to go, and it was annoying to walk or climb back the whole way when he could just fly a little. He thought about how wind was made of positive and negative pressure. The boiling springs had springs that were beyond hot. Yet they were still pleasant if he protected his body against most of the heat so that he wasn't boiled alive. The spiritual energy was also a nice mix. Fire supporting water, more or less. He might have a few new thoughts for Xianxia. The muted crags were much more pleasant when you weren't fearing ambushes. It was always strange to have reduced senses, but it was interesting. Melanthina might be the one most interested in what he learned. The rolling dunes were far more alive than they had once been. A potent earth element region, it had been free of conflict for quite some time now. Those who made their home there understood that growth was valuable. The Phoenix Forest was still on fire. How good for it? A stable burn was valuable. The sunfields reminded John of Astrid. They always would now. The frozen heights weren't that bad when you didn't have to drag foolish disciples through them. There was more life in the area than at first seemed viable, and he hadn't noticed what lived in the soil deep beneath the layers of snow and ice on his previous visits. He passed through the encapsulated flow to get a glimpse of the molten sea. The burning delta would appreciate a visit, but he wasn't visiting anyone. The residents of the breathless plain mostly stayed out of sight, hiding from dangers in their steep canyons. They could have been plotting anything, but he somehow didn't feel that was likely. Maybe that was just bias based on who he knew. Without the light element being sealed, the former gloom desolation was darkness dominant with a smattering of earth. What light there was in the background was merely sufficient for causing those without proper training to stumble because of it. If they didn't get used to dealing with difficult elements early on, they likely wouldn't grow far anyway. John was quite startled when he was struck by lightning in the glass hills. He hadn't thought the area around him would be so conductive. He was glad his spiritual energy had protected his eardrums, but they still hurt. Winds once more, but warmer. Hot desert. It wasn't at all unpleasant anymore. There were surprisingly many living things he hadn't known about because they'd never tried to eat him. A swift journey wasn't going to radically change his level of insights, but taking a good look at everything once again could still awaken new perspectives over time. It was easy to miss so much. In another decade, John would no doubt discover more. Even if someone knew about things, it was all about what he could experience himself. While he was gone, everything was fine. Viriato had held things in check for the whole war with the molten sea. He had more potent cultivators to supplement his experience and influence now, with some of the others reaching the ascending soul phase. A new opportunity to view elemental regions had shown up, though. It was unexpected, but it shouldn't have been. An official missive from Aldera, asking John to visit the Empire of Elements. It wasn't a rush, but he probably should do so within the next couple of years. That was how diplomacy worked, after all. It wasn't just one side that needed to feel comfortable with the other. It had to work both ways. John was invited to bring as many friends and allies as he wished. The Empire of Elements could accommodate a large group, and it was likely John should match Aldera's retinue to some extent. There were also some hints that John might get to meet some of the transmigrated and reincarnated people from the Empire of Elements. It still wasn't clear how that worked, but it was a select group of well, John didn't know the population of the world, or even much beyond Astrain itself, which was in the millions of permanent residents, compared to tens of thousands it had once had, with practically nobody living outside of Lunson or Pearl Landing. The Empire of Elements. He wanted to see what made them prosperous, and if it seemed valuable to replicate, they could adopt some practices. Though he had the feeling they were quite close to the traditional cultivators of his early life, prone to conflict. It was merely that they were suppressed by Aldera's power at the moment. Chapter 514. Plans were made to deal with various issues John had seen from his recent survey of the continent. There wasn't anything absurd, as each region did well enough watching over itself. Some issues they might have been unaware of, and others they might have been embarrassed to ask for aid. Cultivators liked to deal with troubles themselves and hated to owe anyone anything. But if it was important, they should. There were small bits of unrest as well. John hadn't interviewed people and asked if they hated him, but he did learn some people's opinions about him and his sect. Certain negative feelings were similarly held against his closest allies. People could feel what they wanted, but if John thought it might turn into something foolish, then they needed to do something about it. It would be far better for people to be stopped before they hurt anyone, or even threatened someone, because otherwise he might have to kill them. Arranging for such details was important because he was going to be away for a while. Publicly, because diplomacy behind closed doors was often something else entirely. They weren't going to declare they were good friends with the Empire of Elements anytime soon, but it was important to solidify in everyone's minds that they were definitely not enemies. For that, John had to visit them. Otherwise, it was just one-sided. John was trying to determine what retinue would make the biggest impact. He needed people from all over so that nobody felt excluded. He couldn't bring too many of his close friends and family. Yestina had to come because he wanted to give her the opportunity to see her former homeland, even or especially if she wasn't interested in revenge. Her husband would obviously be included, as separating the pair would be foolish. And if he for some reason needed combat support, they were among those he would trust with that the most. The Molten Sea as a whole wasn't ready to properly make amends with the Empire of Elements. They had borne the greater costs of the war, and even if they had been repaid with the lands of their former neighbors, who were also quite often enemies as well, they could be left to simmer for a while longer. Aldera wasn't going to become less of an exalted soul phase cultivator, and without meaning any offense to the Molten Sea, he doubted any of them would have a chance to make the advance anytime soon. He wasn't specifically trying to aid any of them, and those he knew were still struggling. Sidora would come. The Sky Islands were just as much of the continent as anyone else, and a transmigrated individual from another period could be valuable. After some discussion with Renato and Deirdre, they decided not to finish the club. Plenty of people were aware of their connections, but it would just be too many people closely tied to John. This wasn't supposed to be John Miller, the Six Elements Crossroads, and his friends. It was supposed to be the Continental Alliance, which he happened to be the core of while many of those friends were the pillars. Manlin was included because he was a likely reincarnator that wasn't one of John's friends. They weren't enemies, either. They had pleasant conversations and publicly agreed on many policies. But that was the extent of things. The indestructible Kapok Grove hadn't made the best first impressions on John, but he had long since gotten over that. Their upper members were fine, but that didn't mean he was going to like them all. Venkat of the Boiling Springs was invited because he liked shot put, and because if he came, Ursel was more likely to go deal with that stuff in the Viridia wildlands instead of asking to come along, so she could fight the Empire of Elements' best earth cultivators. If she wanted to do that, it could be on a later trip. Ursel wasn't avoiding Venkat. She was just waiting for an opportunity to officially crush him in battle first. John snagged various others from different regions. It happened that many of them were higher cultivation, but that was because cultivation rank was almost directly tied to leadership. In clans, the strongest members might merely advise the clan head, and elders might surpass a sect head in raw power, but rarely. Though some saw the benefits of proper leaders and the stability it could bring, instead of just whoever could hit hardest, John hoped he was one of the decent leaders. It was unlikely everyone he was close to was lying to him, but they absolutely could be biased. John sailed with the others through the northern seas. Even if the Molten Sea was a shorter distance, it wasn't actually a faster journey in most cases. It certainly wasn't an easier journey, and they didn't need to bother the nice buffer zone by making a fuss about their diplomatic ventures in that area. The northern seas were cold, but just along the coast they were mostly imbued with relatively tame water element. Not too many storms or anything of the sort, and the beasts weren't all that bad. All John was worried about on the journey was what he would say. He knew the words. He had plans for all of the official things that the continent wanted. None of them were important if he failed to provide. As long as he didn't somehow restart the war, it would be a success. He didn't think he was going to. If he had any belief that the Empire of Elements would try to kill him, he wouldn't have gone. Everything should have been fine. Steve clapped him on the shoulder. It'll be fine. You're acting like you're going to see your high school crush. I wasn't even worrying about that, John said. Yet, his feelings about Aldera and Mateo would never be anything but complicated. Feelings weren't logical and didn't fit into neat boxes. John couldn't declare that logic was above everything else, though. Cultivators relied on feelings all the time to great success. But John sometimes did wish the world was logical, even if he still might not understand it. As it turned out, things were even more complicated from the top. Sidora was cozy inside her cabin. She was still an ascending soul phase cultivator, and thus defending herself from a bit of cold was possible. However, that wouldn't mean it was comfortable. John had seen the signs of age in his first life and his current one. Sidora was already old when they met, and she absolutely wasn't getting any younger. That was something cultivators could do, but she only had small steps she could make with her cultivation. If she had been capable of reaching the exalted soul phase, she would have held the position of the first Peak Island Master. Thank you for agreeing to come, John commented. I know it's not easy to share such details with strangers. Sidora shook her head. That might have been true once, but at this point I'm not afraid of much. Whether death takes me forever or I get a third chance, I think I'll be content either way. That was a good mindset. John couldn't say it was the best one because he honestly didn't know, but being depressed about potential death wasn't beneficial to anyone. Not that people often had a choice about their feelings in the short term. In the long term, people actually did have quite a large influence over what mindset they carried. That included people that weren't cultivators, though the willpower necessary to control spiritual energy and the additional time to grow likely made cultivators more individually successful at mental control. The Continental Alliance will miss you. It doesn't need to, Satora commented. But perhaps an empire could. John rolled his eyes. He wasn't sure how serious Satora was about their continent becoming an empire, but ever since she'd heard about it, she'd brought it up when they met. More once she found out it annoyed him. I would still miss you, at least, John finally said. She smiled lightly. We're barely even friends. The only thing we have in common is the same planet. It's weird, isn't it? John said, because that makes 4 of us. Even if there are many other transmigrators that we aren't aware of, it seems like an anomaly. What do you think it would mean? John frowned. Maybe that our universes are closer than others. John looked up into the sky. He had stared at them long enough with little enough knowledge of astronomy that he convinced himself he recognized constellations he barely even knew about, then reconvinced himself he was making things up. Currently, he was of the mindset that they weren't the same, which might not mean a different universe, but maybe meant a different galaxy. John really wasn't sure how to pick out the Milky Way. In the right places, he could see the galaxy around them. It looked a lot like the Milky Way, but they probably all did from inside any similarly disc-shaped galaxy. Metaphysically, perhaps. And us speaking the same language? Satora asked. Random luck. And the willingness of the English to form a wide-spanning empire. How many people was it? About 1 in 4 or 5. He had no idea about the statistics in the time Satora came from. If they were the only 4 from Earth, it would be 1 in 600 or more. That sounded unlikely, but it really wasn't compared to the whole transmigrating thing. But John had figured out about the others specifically because they spoke English. Satora had even been using it as a code language, so it was probably far from random. Hopefully they could compare with a good number of others from the Empire of Elements. There were supposed to be both reincarnators and transmigrators after all. If only pleasant things like asking if people came from Earth and spoke English were first on the agenda. Sadly, it involved a lot of travel once they landed. The region they landed in was a land of lightning. John found it quite believable that ships would be lost if they didn't know how to navigate into the port, because the lightning was about as constant as the glass hills. Except this particular area had built-in lightning rods, which also happened to be pointed pillars of stone upon which ships could run aground. The pillars continued inland. They seemed almost entirely natural, though John thought they might have repaired or recreated some of them. They just felt different, even if he couldn't explain how. It might have been a coincidence that they were asked to arrive in that particular port. It was one of the close ones, after all. However, as they were escorted throughout the empire, John found their route quite meandering, and it happened to pass through some of the most impressive elemental regions. Maybe their continent should have done the same, though Aldera probably had some idea about most of them to begin with. The next region of note was one of near-constant earthquakes. One would think that would be a major issue, but humans were surprisingly adaptable. Buildings were built on wide lots and made to shake. They even leaned into it by adding bells on some of them, ringing on the corners when the hourly quakes appeared. Not that they were on the hour. They just averaged something like that, not counting the various waves of aftershocks every major earthquake had. Next was a land of constant rainbows. Without light element, it wouldn't have even been close to possible to see clear rainbows in nearly every direction, sometimes double or triple, but with an abundance of a particular sort of light element, it just worked. Next was a tri-element region, the allied cycle of water, earth, and darkness. Specifically, an underground lake system. They absolutely didn't need to have routed through that area, because it meant leaving behind the carriages they had been taken in and acquiring new ones on the other side. The maps they had of the Empire of Elements weren't terribly precise, but it was more than clear to John they could have just gone around. He did appreciate seeing the sights, though, even if he could recognize the purpose. He was supposed to recognize the grandeur of what they had. Admittedly, the areas were quite impressive. So were places like the Phoenix Forest and other special zones from his homeland. John kind of wished he'd gotten to spend more time in the lakes. He found darkness quite pleasant, even if he was a 6-element cultivator now. Likewise, everyone liked water. It was peaceful, and the solidity of the caverns had been reassuring. There were probably blind cave beasts that ate people, but you couldn't have everything in life. Sometimes you had to make compromises. Chapter 5:15. The final destination for the moment was the Gale Lowlands, which meant stopping just short of reaching Justina's old country. John was willing to request that they visit the area later, as his own curiosity was sufficient even if she was unwilling to do so herself. He didn't intend to cause an incident, of course, but if one happened, he could manage it. For the moment, however, they were nearing the end of the road. Their escorts were shielding the whole caravan from rather serious winds that changed directions seemingly on a whim. John was surprised at how much plant life still remained regardless. Few trees, but grass that grew tall enough to act like trees was present. Actual trees might not survive. It was unlikely the winds only ever got this fast. With the rapid direction changes, any rigid structure would be damaged. The massive blades of grass bent downwards, flopping in whatever direction the wind blew. In the infrequent moments of stillness, the average level of the grass was 5 meters high, growing taller further away from the roads. It was impossible to view the horizon most of the time, except along the straight path of the road. At each crossroads, John could see between 4 and 8 directions and nowhere else. Obviously, he would see more if he flew above the group, but he was willing to be surprised with whatever sights appeared. They wouldn't have been taken on a tour of the continent if their final destination wasn't also meant to impress. That would just be embarrassing. The very first thing John saw was a lone tower, though he didn't recognize it as such at first. That was because it was alone and terribly distant. As the rest of the city began to rise up around it, however, it became more clear. The direction they had been chosen to approach from was very intentional, or perhaps all roads were slated to receive such a view. Buildings spiraled upwards around the central tower, growing larger until the grandest of them was just a fifth shorter than the main tower itself. The decreasing heights continued outwards until the very edge of the city. That was sufficient to impress on its own, but there was more. As the winds shifted, the buildings leaned. At first, he'd just felt something was weird, but as he'd looked closer, using spiritual energy to enhance his eyes, he saw it. Technically, that was true of tall buildings on Earth, but it was less extreme. Perfectly rigid structures wouldn't stand, but flexible structures might bend too far. They could also crash into each other. These seemed to gently repel each other, perhaps with the help of some sort of formations. It was still insane. It was also surprisingly beautiful, with the buildings reflecting the light of the sun. John suspected the way it did so was not accidental. As they continued to approach the city, John felt the ambient levels of fire and light increasing, while the air element remained similar in quantity. Something about the city specifically drew in the other elements, which was no surprise given that the Bright Trinity used all 3 elements. Aldera had come from that sect, and it had risen to even greater prominence along with her. All others were ultimately subordinate to them, though they obviously maintained some autonomy. John wondered if being at the top of those towers would be wildly unpleasant. Regardless of anything else, the experience was likely only suited for cultivators. If it was at all positive, John no doubt thought he would find himself in such a position at some point. The city that was really just the core sect of the Bright Trinity, also serving as the capital of the Empire of Elements, was astounding. John wondered how much of it had existed before Aldera's time. If she had created all this herself, well, work under dictators could be surprisingly efficient. Perhaps John was falling into some of the trappings of power, but he didn't think that being a dictator was entirely bad, if the person in charge was decent. And as far as cultivators went, Aldera was far from the worst. Regardless of any connection to Mateo, she had some sort of integrity. John would save final judgments until he knew more about the places within the empire that they hadn't visited. A short time later, Aldera revealed herself. If he were actively searching, John could have picked her out. However, when she didn't wish to be noticed, she could easily blend in with the background. When she revealed her power, she rose above the city, looking towards the approaching caravan. John decided to fly up to meet her. After all, when she had come directly into the heart of a strain on her own, she had done much the same. A dome-shaped barrier fit the city perfectly, and John skimmed a short distance above the surface so as not to disturb it. Aldera kept her position until he arrived a few moments later. Welcome to the Bright Trinity, the core of the Empire of Elements. My sect. Her sect, like it was her house. Given the presence of Elder Roy and certain others, it was likely that the Bright Trinity had been powerful before her appearance, But it was hard to argue that her status as an exalted soul phase cultivator wasn't sufficient to elevate it. Even before that, she'd still become the Empress, which displayed her ability to coordinate people. "Thank you," John said. "It is a beautiful city. How much of this was put together by yourself?" "That was the previous peak," Aldera said, pointing to one of the structures at the second height. "Its siblings and the central tower were formed under my rule, and the rest of the city was rearranged to fit." Had she torn down and rebuilt an entire city just for that? No, it was actually feasible to rearrange buildings with sufficiently powerful cultivators. They could just shove them around, foundations and all. Stabilizing buildings in a new position would be viable as well. John clearly wasn't abusing his position enough. He thought Lunson had become quite impressive. The Six Elements Crossroads had fantastic sect grounds. The arena was a major draw, and the rest of the city was prosperous. But seeing things like this let him realize how much his thinking was influenced by his first life. Then again, why shouldn't it be? Beauty was worth creating, but there was some level that was excessive. Though perhaps employing cultivators to shift around a city would be beneficial not just to the economy, but also to their own training. John should search for projects that could be done that wouldn't ruin the natural state of the regions they were in. Though choosing a precise location would no doubt come with a lot of political maneuvering and at least the appearance of favoritism for whoever most directly benefited. "I will greet the rest of your retinue when they arrive at the city itself," Aldera commented. "They deserve at least that much, especially those with which I had prior acquaintance." She had been friends with Steve and Justina, about as close as anyone got. Then again, John had been married to Mateo, but he was barely even a friendly acquaintance with Aldera, and friendly was sometimes stretching it. "I have brought a number of those who share previous lives," John said, "and a couple I suspect of such. You are strong enough you need not concern expressing yourself honestly," Aldera commented. "Who exists that could force us to have caution? As long as we retain our allies, of course. An empress alone would have no place to lay her head in rest." "I just didn't get along that well with Mandlan," John said. "So I never quite felt like it was worth confirming." "Because you took in all the others as friends," Aldera agreed. "A powerful arrangement. Though I know that wasn't your only intention." At some point, John might have said that his only intention was to be friends. However, it was more honest to say that it was one of his primary motivations. Even early on, he'd understood the value of surrounding himself with those that were powerful or might become powerful. He just limited himself to those he got along with. He still wasn't particularly interested in buddying up with people just because they were strong, though he was better at faking it enough to not offend people. Aldera continued to look down towards the approaching caravan. The speed with which they traveled was significant, so it wouldn't take them terribly long to reach the city. Probably just a few more minutes now. I recall a rare few interactions with Sitora, and her presence during my death. Her presence likely made our survival possible, John said, though she wasn't exactly a friend at the time. I have found her to be among the best of those from the Sky Islands. And the worst was at the top, which was why you squashed her under her own island. It made sense at the time, John shrugged. I approve. One must make significant moves, lest others find you overly timid. At the same time, restraint is necessary. How is Steve? He's better at restraint. When he wants to be. Not that anyone looking for trouble would let him provoke them anymore, unless they're a massive fool. Seating arrangements have been chosen with such personalities in mind. She leaned forward slightly. Our children married, and the daughter of that relationship has named a Leviathan child Carl. That's right, John said. I find that sort of understated naming quite amusing. It's great, isn't it? John grinned. Everyone is surprised when Carl shows up. John was aware of many important figures before he was introduced to them. Such information had been helpfully provided before his trip, though he wished they had pictures and not flattering portraits. Some folk he didn't recognize. John doubted it was because a particular portrait had been copied too many times. Like cultivators had preserved images in the past. As they grew more powerful, simple utility became less appealing to many, but John actually thought such small conveniences were some with the greatest merit. Maybe using his influence to promote more such things would be worthwhile. The Empire of Elements didn't host grand tournaments, though there were overheard whispers that they might soon do so. Various localities held their own, but they weren't continent-spanning. John would have liked to take credit for it, but it was already functional before he arrived. He just helped expand it, in part by making visitors more comfortable. Compartmentalizing different spiritual energies wasn't part of that, though people did still prefer training rooms much of the time. Certain other names that John came to know hadn't been brought up before. There were about a dozen individuals, overlapping with the previous list of notable characters. Most likely, the entire group would overlap given more time, but some of those with previous lives were still young. And one had taken over an older body when he transmigrated. An unusual occurrence, but not impossible. Older cultivators could still fail in a similar manner where their cultivation and perhaps their soul were heavily damaged. John didn't really know what had happened to Fortkran, the soul. And Deirdre, Steve knew even less, because the fellow he inhabited had been insignificant and seemingly unknown by any around where he died. John would have suspected transmigrations to be less common. 2 deaths becoming 1 was strange. However, the club actually had more of them than the other kind. From Aldera's explanations, her findings leaned 8-6 in favor of reincarnation. 14 individuals in all compared to 5 plus some maybes. John would be directly confronting Mandlan before whatever meeting would occur with the group. Even if he wasn't reincarnated, he still deserved to take part in the rest of the diplomatic activities. But if he was, he might have valuable insights to offer. Perhaps it didn't matter how each individual came to be. Yet, even so, understanding the broader mechanics could be valuable for recognizing others. Such people usually displayed great potential, and in truth John just thought it was an interesting subject worth learning about even if there weren't any practical applications. Obviously, he wasn't thinking about going back. At best, he could meet some great-grandnephews and nieces, but likely just cousins even further removed than that who wouldn't expect him to exist. Despite the various points of sadness in his current life, he did like his life. That was why he was so determined to protect it. Chapter 516. At some point, John had no reason to do anything but ask Mandlan directly. After all, John himself was already known as a transmigrator to everyone who mattered. There was nothing to expose. Direct questions could still have a little bit of lead-up. John covered initial greetings, and eventually the discussion turned to cultivation, as it usually would. You have displayed great talent along with insightful perspectives. There are various ways that could happen, of course, but they are aligned in such a way that I must ask. Have you lived a life before this one? John paused for a moment, judging the man's response. Not angry or confused. You are aware I came from another world. I'm not sure if that's the case for you. After waiting for a few more moments, Mandlan nodded. You have it right. I have lived before in this world. Then I perished and was born anew. Quite unexpected, really. John nodded. I'm sure it was for you. Yet you would have perhaps heard some rumors of verified instances within this world. On Earth, our only mentions of reincarnation were unreliable. As far as people who actually claimed to remember things from past lives, they had all been crazy. Reincarnation without memories, well, it hardly counted in John's eyes. It was also nearly impossible to test. If you're willing, where did you live before? Mandlan smiled slightly. Before I ended up in the Viridia wildlands, I was actually in the Shimmering Islands. You didn't go far at all, did you? As far as John understood, reincarnation placed people randomly, though there really wasn't enough data to say anything conclusively. Were you trying to overcome former enemies? Earth suited me more, Mandlan said simply. I see. If you wish to speak more on this topic, we have gathered a number of individuals between our 2 continents. We intend to combine our knowledge on the topic to see if we can learn something of value. John shrugged. You don't have to come, though. The man considered for a few moments. I think I will. It could be interesting. There was no one in the room below the late consolidated soul phase. John wasn't exactly surprised, given the assumption that talent was somehow connected to the forms of rebirth. However, he had somewhat hoped there were younger people that had been found. He also thought they might more easily reveal themselves due to their spikes in talent, but apparently Aldera hadn't found any lately. Of those around her, however, most had been found decades prior. Of the various individuals Aldera had gathered, 3 immediately stood out to John. In any other context, 2 of them would have simply been glossed over, but he couldn't help but pay special attention to a pair of twins. Then there was one of the weakest. For elements at the consolidated soul phase, he seemed to be following Aldera's path, a cycle of 6 elements, though he was yet to experience the most difficult stages. Before they got into anything real, people introduced themselves. John also mentioned those absent like Renato and Deirdre, indicating they wished they could be present. As far as he knew, that wasn't incorrect. Ida, Corey. The two twins introduced themselves simultaneously. One had 3 fire totems and 2 light. The other, 3 air and again 2 light totems. Yet looking at them, he couldn't help but envision a single tri-element cultivator. Fascinating. Aldera had found something truly unusual. The man on the path of the full cycle was called Uhuru. His eyes flicked between all of those present repeatedly, but he didn't say much more than his name upon his initial introduction. Saying the others were less important was incorrect, but John was mainly interested in their overall stories than the individuals. At least at the moment. There are a few important details I think it will be easy to observe, Aldera commented. First, all of us who are reincarnated, born into new bodies no other soul was known to possess, have come from this very world. How quickly after our death our rebirth came varied significantly. I personally only had a very short duration in between lives. John nodded, and I imagine it would be quite impossible to measure the time for transmigrators. Unless others were far more conscious than myself. He looked around. I have no memory of an intervening time and no access to Earth so I can measure. Everyone shook their heads, including the one who was old. He was one of the second individuals in the consolidated soul phase, but considering he took over an already aging body, John thought he was doing great. Though maybe his cultivation hadn't reset. Deirdre's didn't, for example. I remember nothing, the twins said at the same time. John thought they should have said we. Unless they were one person? No, that was a bit of an extreme leap. Twins could be weird even on Earth. I simply died. Then I was here with Ida/Corey. Here, each said the other's name. I must ask, John said. Were you twins before? Yes. We died together. And so did these bodies. They gestured. A cultivation deviation. That seems quite common for transmigrators, John said. Though I suppose there aren't that many ways to get a mostly intact body that is at the same time devoid of a soul. He could experiment, but John doubted any of the thoughts he had would be anything close to ethical. So he wouldn't. Are you from Earth? They shook their heads. No, we are from Nixaru. It mostly means blue. Earth is just ground, John said, using the local word. There was no reason for people who inhabited a single world to come up with particularly grand names. Something functional was best. Just the world was sufficient. Or the planet, once they understood it as such. John presumed everyone came from a planet. But if they had different universal rules, maybe they wouldn't actually have planets as he thought of them. Though to get people, there had to be some similarities. Aldera began to explain some of the things they were aware of. You will find that each of those who transmigrated to our continent came from the same world. Most likely. John raised an eyebrow. The world was not globalized, Aldera explained. However, we shared the same moon, the twins said. Each of us could describe its shape and texture in the same manner. They turned towards some of the others. Our words were not the same, though. Aldera nodded. It took some time to figure that out. I wouldn't have even assumed that was the case, except for you. She gestured to John, Steve, and Sitora. We actually didn't know until after you and I became reacquainted. John pondered. Does each continent have a planet attuned to it? Some of them came from nearby islands, Aldera commented. But that doesn't really prove or disprove anything. It would merely depend on what definition of continent you use. Certainly, a broad geographical region fits. She paused for a moment. I was able to offer resources for those who lived 2 lives to reveal themselves after I announced myself. Many were cautious and slow to approach. Perhaps some are even still. I might be able to ask others to reveal themselves, John commented. Are there any other interesting tidbits? We must confer on that. Each of your reincarnated individuals had some cultivation before their death, did they not? John looked to Mandlin. He was the one in question of the 3 John knew. Yes, that's right. Though, not necessarily particularly much. There was something about what the man said. He was being cautious. Truthful, but John was certain there was something more. Hopefully, he would share more if it would be helpful to the rest. Aldera prompted him. How much would you say not much was? Spiritual collection phase, Mandlin shared. That's a surprise, Aldera commented. I would have expected soul expansion phase at a minimum. That seems to be the common line for the others. Mandlin shrugged. After a few hours of discussion, John learned much about the other world. It had been in something like a stone age. No known supernatural elements. And just in case there was something weird going on, they compared moons. John wasn't great at remembering precisely how Earth's moon looked, but he was close enough. If these others had been on Earth in ancient history with a different pattern of impact marks, he wouldn't have known. Except their moon was red, so that was clear enough. We'll have to see if we can find any transmigrators from. John didn't know anywhere that would be cooperative. The Western Islands, maybe. They might be willing to speak to me. There should be a significant gap between them and the empire of elements around the backside of the planet. John would have to get specific calculations to be certain, though. Maybe we can circumnavigate the globe and find some others. But North and South seem unlikely to cooperate. Aldera nodded. I wouldn't share any information with the sovereign primacy. How far do they stretch out here? I have those maps you copied, but not on me. They had shared what they could about potential threats. Together, they probably had a good guess at how far the group stretched east to west, at least. John just hadn't bothered with matching up their east side with the Empire of Elements. It was just there, vaguely halfway, Aldera said. John made a face. Then the area they cover more than matches either of us. Though they seem to be mostly islands, as far as we've encountered. We heard of larger land masses, Aldera explained, though they were generally tight-lipped. The topic had drifted quite far from reincarnation and transmigration now, but they had covered most of what they could. John wondered why people from other worlds never ended up in new bodies. However, it did appear that transmigration was far from random, or they'd run into the most massive coincidence of all time with the twins. Having two people transmigrate into dead twins was startling enough, but having them be twins as well was something else. If they were siblings or random people who died in the same time and place, well, it would still be suggestive. Though what it would actually mean was something else entirely. Otherwise, it appeared people reincarnated into new bodies. John wondered if it happened more than once. Again, he wasn't counting what he suspected was the normal process, if there was one. That would be a soul inhabiting a new body and losing all memories. Tracking that sort of thing would be nearly impossible, doubly so for someone who didn't remember their previous life themselves. John met far too many people over the coming days. Everyone wanted to meet the other exalted soul phase cultivator, and sadly, he didn't have the heart to refuse them. Whatever he felt about Aldera, he didn't want to cause any instability in her lands. He met everyone she allowed and was polite. He made no promises. Any details on trade would come through Viriato or specific elemental regions, and he wouldn't be marrying any of them or their daughters. John saw Aldera giving him a look during some of the extremely foolish comments along those lines. It either indicated that he shouldn't kill them, or that she'd look away if he did. Technically, it could be both. Casual stupidity from people he had no connection to was fairly easy to ignore. Some people were probably unaware that he was recently widowed. They might have simply thought he was single. Or maybe they didn't care, because a powerful cultivator having multiple wives wasn't unheard of. Even if he was looking, though, he wouldn't have considered random people he'd never met before. Direct could be good, but there was directness, and then there was skipping a large number of necessary steps. Not that more dedicated attempts would have gotten anywhere. John was convinced he was going to remain single for the rest of his life. Though considering how terribly long that might be, he wasn't going to guarantee it. He hadn't intended to fall in love with Astrid. It had just happened. He'd worked to fall in love with Mateo since they were going to be married anyway. It hadn't actually been that hard. She was a wonderful woman. Politically, it would probably be a great move to marry Aldera. Eventually. But that wasn't going to happen. That sounded like a good way to hurt himself at the very minimum. And he didn't doubt he could end up hurting others even more with such foolishness. Chapter 517. The towers of the Bright Trinity were most certainly made with cultivators in mind. The peak of the greatest among them bent in the winds of the gale lowlands so strongly that anyone else would have found themselves tossed off. And there was some risk even for those with experience. Not that just anyone had the opportunity to be there. Various furnishings were built into the roof of the highest tower, though most of the surface was left bare to allow for more movement. The few tables and chairs were surrounded by a small barrier that would deflect anyone sliding across and keep those inside contained. It seemed awful for meditation and cultivation, but it was actually brilliant. At first, it seemed like it might only be valuable for air cultivators. which to be fair the Bright Trinity did have as one of the solid cores of their power, but it didn't stop there. Its position was constantly exposed to light, as one might expect from the highest point. Fire element also happily flowed along with its two allies, somewhat guided by the shapes of the various flexible towers. John thought it was kind of fun to be tossed around. The fact that he wasn't in any danger helped, of course. His standards had entirely shifted as time went on, and he grew more powerful. It really was excellent for feeling the flow of the wind. John found that the more in tune he was, the less he got tossed around, even if the tower tilted beneath him. The other elements almost pressed him into the roof, holding him in place. As long as he let them, at least. It was an excellent place to train the three light-aligned elements, and thus, John was attempting to do the opposite. Water was present in the air almost anywhere, and while spiritual energy wasn't always present any time actual water was, the Gale lowlands were abundant in any type of spiritual energy. John's practiced ability to discern small quantities was still important, as it was likely half as much or less than a strain. Earth element was more comfortable around natural earth and not constructed stone, but there was some of that as well. And though darkness didn't thrive in open environments, it wasn't entirely absent. John felt himself taking steps forward with his cultivation. He couldn't see the end of the vastness that stretched before him, nor could he comprehend something like a higher phase. Maybe it didn't exist, or perhaps there was a vast gulf that he couldn't fathom. Either way, he had plenty of distance to stride forward. His cultivation had been steadily improving even after reaching the exalted soul phase. Nothing miraculous, though if he were to compare his absolute growth, the amount of spiritual energy he could practically control grew by the amount a low-ranking cultivator possessed on a regular basis. Measuring the exact amount was likely impossible, but John was pleased. It helped when he had someone to discuss with. Aldera was the best option he'd ever had. A full-cycle cultivator that began opposite of him. On purpose, even. If he was thinking only about his cultivation, John would have tried to draw closer to her. Nothing inside of him would let that happen. Not quickly. Instead, they had pleasant discussions that could benefit them both. John was explaining some of his troubles with teaching others. I have found it difficult to elucidate exactly what it is that allowed us to reach the exalted soul phase. Even those of the greatest talent around me are coming up against an enduring bottleneck. Interesting, Aldera commented. I have experienced something similar. I must ask, was our battle of value to the observers? She should have seen that everyone enjoyed it. Even those who couldn't really understand treated it like an impressive fireworks display. But Aldera wasn't talking about entertainment. I think some people gained insights. I can't say that it helped those at the peak, though. Unfortunate, Aldera said. I would still like to replicate the effects here, though. I think it could be of value. For some reason, John hadn't been expecting that, even though it was perfectly logical for them to spar, as they were kind of the only peers available. That wasn't an insult to any of John's close friends, but they knew they couldn't beat him now. If they reached the exalted soul phase, he was confident they could hit a decent ratio, but until then it was quite difficult for any of them to threaten him alone. It was a concerningly large rise in power, but given how hard it was for talented individuals with guidance to advance, John didn't have to worry about random exalted phase cultivators popping up everywhere. There might be some elsewhere in the world, but there wouldn't be many. He could hope they wouldn't be hostile, but it would be better to plan. Perhaps a defensive pact would be appropriate, though it wouldn't be necessary for anything less than the exalted soul phase. Another match would be good, John agreed. When were you thinking? 5 days from now. I've given my people some time to gather to observe. John raised an eyebrow. What if I hadn't agreed? Aldera shrugged. I would have given a demonstration on my own. Most would still consider themselves lucky to be present. Together, anyone who doesn't appreciate the opportunity isn't worth considering. That sounded arrogant, but John knew it was true. It would be fascinating even to those that weren't cultivators. People couldn't go see movies or anything. The two of them were also measurably the strongest. John wondered how the Empire of Elements would be taking notes. Would they find weaknesses in him? Could they find any that Aldera wouldn't notice herself? There was only one way to find out. The Continental Alliance hadn't gotten much in that regard, but of course people had been looking at things from that angle. It was only practical. If they didn't turn out to be enemies, then such observations could make them both stronger. That was the ultimate hope. John prepared himself by stretching. Aldera snickered. What are you even doing? People from Earth do this all the time, he said, raising his hands above his head, then bending down to touch his toes. To limber up before a battle. Well, people didn't usually battle much. But the idea was there. Stretching might not actually help. And if he wanted to prepare his muscles, he could just do that. Directly, with spiritual energy. But it was fun, and nobody else could see him being a bit silly. Aldera began contorting herself into strange shapes. John felt compelled to go beyond his previous intentions for his warm-up, though flexibility wasn't something he'd enhanced far beyond the norm. In that regard, he was only a little better than the average cultivator with a trained body. He needed some flexibility to take advantage of his improved reflexes properly, and it also helped absorb impacts. Diamond defense made his skin durable, and to some extent his bones and the rest beneath, but it didn't do as much for overworking joints. After performing proper pre-battle checks, John found he was in good shape and ready to move. The previous battle against Aldera had been more impromptu, because everyone in the arena wanted to see it. Here, they would begin on the highest tower and go up from there, fighting over the city. The instant they began, spiritual energy flowed like rushing rivers and bolts of lightning. Great swathes of it were carried around and through them, with some segments moving even faster. John pushed spiritual energy through his arms, enhancing his thrown daggers and the slashes of his sword. Likewise, Aldera did the same with her spear and shield. Each dagger John threw could cut a building in half or turn one into a crater of rubble, though he didn't target anywhere inside the city. The surrounding grasslands would recover quickly. Aldera stabbed, her spear forming tilted pillars of light that stretched from the skies above the city to the surroundings beyond. Whirlwinds flowed around the two, gathering and dispersing the surrounding clouds in moments. The earth trembled lightly merely from the feeling of their spiritual energy. To John, everything felt so much more natural. He just did what he wanted, and the world responded. He created a cloud of fire, planning to take advantage of some slight flaws he'd seen in the previous battle with Aldera. He suspected she'd already covered the gaps, but he had to try. The fire was infused with darkness, hiding his movements and his intentions for the rest of it. The trick didn't work like he'd planned, but he didn't commit so hard he couldn't recover. To those watching, it might not look like anything serious at all, but if Aldera had allowed her defenses to thin around her too much, he could have taken advantage. For the most part, focusing the majority of spiritual energy towards your opponent made sense. When they were close, however, it was a mistake to assume their opponent was in a direction. They were more akin to two great overlapping spheres of energy, with constant flows of various elements. Aldera tried to get John to deflect something with his free hand, and he usually did things like that. However, he wasn't particularly interested in grabbing her spear when it was covered in spikes, even if he had diamond defense. He was certain she could pierce his spiritual energy with a little effort. He used a gust of wind instead, giving up some of his leverage to avoid entrapment. So she had noticed how often he tended to do that in their previous fight. But if she got careless, he was still going to grab her spear. Weapons clashed, sometimes directly, and sometimes merely via large quantities of spiritual energy stretching out beyond their weapons. John thought their demonstration was probably even more impressive than last time, partially because they were prepared for it. Then, at the same moment dictated by the flow of energy, they stopped. If they had intentionally tried to communicate anything, it would have been even smoother. John drew back, so that his 6 elements were only his. The damage to the surrounding countryside wasn't that bad, and though a few attacks had aimed at the city, Aldera was the first, so John hadn't been willing to continue to ignore that attack vector. The defenses had held. It would have been awful if either of them were trying to destroy things. They were probably too strong. Still, John would rather it be him and her than unknown individuals he couldn't trust. Do you think they'll learn anything? John looked down on the city below. Some, but not enough. Otherwise, I expect we would have seen something immediately. John had to agree. Before their first battle, he hadn't even been close to ready for the exalted soul phase. Then he'd rapidly reached that point during the battle. He probably would have found it more difficult to not advance to the exalted soul phase. In fact, once he was ready, that was just what had to be done. Aldera had done it on instinct as well. That was likely to be a common factor, if anyone managed to reach the threshold. Or maybe something had pushed the two of them well beyond it. But for the moment, they had to trust the instincts of those around them in relation to their own insights. It would be a shame to lose someone because they rushed them to grow stronger for no good reason. After all, none of them needed a single powerful individual. The Empire of Elements was powerful because of their many cultivators from different areas, and the same was true of the Continental Alliance. Though having John and Astrid likely advanced their security to another level, the chance a second Exalted Soul Phase cultivator wasn't worth the risk of many others destabilizing themselves. Numerically, if half of those who tried succeeded, they would be far ahead. Practically, John didn't want to lose half his friends, and he doubted that the odds would be so far in their favor. "I'm going to make dumplings," Aldera declared. "They won't be as good as the ones you've had so far, but I didn't want to tell the chefs they couldn't serve any for the duration of your stay." "I'll gladly eat them," John said. He was trying to remember if Mateo had actually cooked him anything. They both came from clans that had chefs, so it wouldn't have been frequently. If she had, he clearly hadn't appreciated it enough to remember. He hoped that meant she hadn't. Chapter 518. It was obvious to John that Aldera was not the Mateo he had known. How could she be? Even he wasn't the same person as that time. They were nearing a century since that time. So how could they possibly be the same? Yet the time they spent together had left some memories that made it to Aldera, or perhaps they were reawakened by recent interactions. Either way, she remembered some things about John. If she was trying to impress most cultivators, bringing the absolute best the Empire of Elements had would be the natural choice. And she did, but she also chose to make a few more personal touches. John had to admit that the food she made with her own hands was, technically, not as good as what her full-time chefs had made. Cooking clearly wasn't a deeply devoted hobby of hers, and in fact he expected that she was frequently denied the opportunity to engage in such things. The dumplings she made were technically worse than most of what he'd had recently, but they're good. John nodded seriously. "Thank you." If he only ever ate the best thing he'd ever eaten, John would have become a spoiled brat. John couldn't quite tell what Aldera's reaction was. Decidedly neutral, by his assessment. She must have felt something about his response, but she wasn't making it easy to figure out. Perhaps she had hoped for a stronger reaction. John wasn't the poetic sort to begin with, and he certainly didn't tend to gush about food. "It could have been better," she said. With that response, John thought she might be most judgmental about her own results. John shrugged. "Everything can be better. We're Exalted Soul Phase cultivators, but there's no way you believe this is it. I doubt you have spent nearly as much time perfecting your food, but it was still good." John pondered for a few moments. This wasn't necessarily the time for advice. Support was better. However, he couldn't help but draw a parallel. "Depending on the results I want to create, I've found that intentionally influencing the balance of flavors and spiritual energy is just as important as in combat. Though usually I use less pepper in combat." Then John had to seriously consider using spices in combat. Surely most people would block small particulate matter from reaching them. Yet at the same time, common spices would register to people's senses as innocuous. As long as he wasn't trying to choke someone with the quantity of dust, he might have something there. "Hellfire peppers are actually devoid of spiritual energy," Aldera commented. John was confused until he realized she'd actually gone down the same line of thought that he had. "I once saw someone incapacitate a spined elephant with a fistful of powder. I bet it wouldn't be that hard to make people sneeze, either." Surely some poisoners had to have considered this already. Then again, most cultivators would try to prevent any powders an enemy threw from reaching them. "I'm not sure if it would be better than trying to sneak something else past people's defenses, though. He could just as easily maneuver metal shavings or something similar." John had to stop and consider whether his own advanced body tempering would deal with such things. He might need to update pure blood and possibly diamond defense. Ursula could already have solutions, given how many conflicts she'd no doubt found herself in. John was glad they'd turned to topics of cultivation and combat. It was difficult to linger on personal moments. Aldera clearly wanted their relationship to be friendly. John probably wanted that too, but only sometimes. The rest of the time, he wanted to be as far away from her as possible. It didn't matter that it was only partially Aldera's fault. In fact, human psychology might not have spared her even if she was truly innocent of any wrongdoing. Had he been on Earth, John would have kept the memories of his visit to the Empire of Elements as the greatest vacation possible. There were truly amazing things to be seen, though there were just as many back at home. He wasn't discounting the grandness of different elemental regions. Ultimately, John just found that smaller moments were more important. For example, though Steve would happily eat actual hellfire if they could find it, his tolerance for spice was only middling by cultivator standards. It was funny to see him try to alternately burn away the flavor or freeze his tongue after he ate a specific meal. Justina just grinned at what she had fed him. Sidora mostly kept her reactions minimal, but she seemed pleased to be able to visit new places. Despite her high cultivation, the travel was difficult for her. She was likely nearing the end of her lifespan. It was regretful, but she wouldn't be the first John had seen pass on like that. And it was still better than a violent death by far. It might still be a decade or two, but such time could pass in the blink of an eye. Mandlin seemed pleased to be included. He might still be getting used to the idea of long-term allies. The Continental Alliance had created the most peace that anyone had seen. It did come with some people being annoyed they couldn't settle their grudges as they used to, but in truth the older generations were dying out. It was only people around John's age or a bit older that were used to a localized rule by the strong. Technically, the threat of violence was still one of the controlling factors. Everyone had just agreed to take a wider view to things. It also had to be admitted by most that the increased trading opportunities made it easier to obtain whatever resources they wanted without having to fight and die as frequently. John wasn't quite sure how people would have acted without outside threats, but things seemed like they would at least hold together for his lifetime. John thought that was looking to be a very long time. Anything less than another century would be considered short for his cultivation, and he could easily hit 2 more. Assuming he wasn't killed, obviously. The best thing about being pestered regarding local politics was that John didn't actually have to do anything about anything. At most, he had to retain strict neutrality. And nobody was stupid enough to actually say anything against Aldera, so he didn't have to pick a hard stance. If they had been against Aldera, it would have been a question of who killed them first between John and Aldera, only because they would have the common sense to prevent being overheard by most people. But John was quite certain that Aldera could and would listen in on any secret conversations people were having, no matter how people did it. There were just so many ways to use the 6 elements that most people wouldn't notice. It almost felt like cheating. But John had worked to get to where he was. Had he been lucky, both with where he started and along the way? Absolutely. He needed both luck and effort. Anyone who said otherwise was lying. Everyone was openly pleased to have Aldera. An exalted soul phase cultivator made their empire more powerful, and she was generous. It helped that she'd relatively recently removed a large number of dissidents, resulting in more fear and more resources to placate people with. He liked to think that people would have been appreciative of her unifying efforts anyway, but people weren't always like that. There were negatives about Aldera too. The war in the Molten Sea hadn't been necessary. He understood the desire for revenge, but it could have been avoided. And of course, it went much too far. She was overly eager to accomplish multiple things, and that had resulted in great harm. That included both mostly innocent parts of the Molten Sea and everyone from the Continental Alliance that had gotten involved. They could have avoided conflict with the Empire of Elements, but the most likely future predicted was that a war would have still happened, but without the benefit of fighting alongside the Molten Sea. John hoped that he made mistakes infrequently and with relatively small impacts, but he knew that from certain perspectives he was a terror upon the world. But the continent hadn't started any of the conflicts with the windswept sea, so he didn't have much pity there. He didn't think they'd gone too far in retaliation. As he pondered the future, John was fairly certain he would die in battle. Yet he'd already lived so long in his second life, and he couldn't say that it would be unfair. He still wanted to avoid it as long as possible. The return trip through the northern seas was mostly peaceful, at least when one considered a certain scale of violence. For example, they were beset by beasts from the skies and the seas. John thought there were even a few creatures that had wandered out of the Molten Sea. He didn't expect them to last long in such a different environment, but he only fought in every second or third battle, so it really hadn't been that much. And it was better that their ship get attacked than trading vessels that might not be so well defended. It was going to take some serious effort to make the passage viable in the long term, though perhaps that would just be minimum defensive crews. Nobody died, and injuries were minor. Ultimately, everyone was better off. They almost made it back home before real trouble appeared. In fact, John saw the trouble from far off, as he was trying to catch a glimpse of the port they were approaching. He flew up into the air, but he hadn't even reached his maximum height when he noticed ships that did not fly the flags of the continent. John didn't like jumping to conclusions, but who wants to help me go slaughter some invaders from the sovereign primacy? John asked. Steve raised an eyebrow. You need help? How many vessels are there? Just 4. But they're splitting up. Xianxia placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. We can catch a couple of them. I'm swift in the water. Good, John said. The rest of you should probably head for the port and see if you are needed there. As for us, I'll trust Xianxia's judgment on whether or not to actually attack. They could be peaceful. Steve made a face. I'm just saying it's possible. Not that I actually believe it. Xianxia nodded. I will confirm hostile intentions before we sink them. Great. I'll direct you towards a pair that were close together. I'll be able to catch others from afar. Catching up to ships that were a couple dozen kilometers away wasn't a trivial task, especially if John wanted to remain unnoticed. However, he had a pretty good idea how to do what he wanted. He just carried a storm front with him. The huge amount of natural air and water elements coming with him would overwhelm any distant sense of his own power while still allowing him to maintain real speeds. Then once he got close, he could drop into a stealthier mode. The ships he was following were fast, but they weren't flying exalted soul phase cultivator fast. They were merely fast ships. It took him a number of hours to overtake them, but he did it, and he was certain Xianxia and Steve would soon do the same. He couldn't pick them out at the moment, but they'd only have to get somewhere near their targets to lock onto them. John could properly sense individual people aboard his first target now. An ascending soul phase cultivator and a number of consolidated soul phase. And some spiritual energy signatures that didn't fit in with the rest. Weak. Injured. Though some of the latter were clearly members of the sovereign primacy, it didn't really change the result. John wanted to blast the ship in half with a bolt of lightning. He could do it, too. Sadly, the mere possibility that they had captured people aboard meant he had to hold back. He dropped into the ocean, letting the storm continue on its own. By the time anyone noticed any difference, it would be too late. He didn't plan to spend more than a minute or two cleaning up, and then he could be back in control of things. Darkness and water surrounded him. John was directly beneath the vessel, and he could confirm there were cultivators from the continent. About half were from the muted crags. It was their misfortune to be the closest targets, but he also noticed a number that were likely part of the patrols. It seemed they hadn't quite been enough. John considered how to fix the situation and decided to sink the boat. He just needed to do it fast enough. He recalled the Leviathan. It had unintentionally created a massive downward current. John didn't need to go quite that big, but he did need the whole thing to drop deep enough that the cultivators would have to fight underwater. And he also needed to keep the air in the lower decks, where the prisoners were. John wanted to keep the ship intact if possible. If he had to carry all of the prisoners along with him, he might not reach the second vessel. He could have sunk the ship right away, but he waited for better terrain. He needed just the right distance to the seafloor to optimize his efforts. Too deep, and it would take more energy to control the water. Too shallow, and he would likely wreck the boat. Once he found the right spot, he moved slightly ahead and created a large bubble of air beneath the ship. In the time it took him to make it, people were reacting to the massive amount of power. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't stop the ship, and then they dropped 100 meters down. The pressure wouldn't be enough to break a decently enchanted ship, and John could direct some of that force against the cultivators. There was no point in being an exalted soul phase cultivator if he couldn't show off a little. Not that any of his enemies would get to tell anyone about it, because he didn't plan to let them live. Chapter 519. A solid layer of air was protecting the residents of the lower decks of the ship. Enchantments meant to keep them captive were now shielding them against danger, though some portion of that was the will of a powerful cultivator. The ship was now sunken beneath the ocean, 100 meters down. The crushing pressure was directed by John towards the sovereign primacy cultivators aboard. Individually, they had been crushed. Some of them had been wise enough to act together, though John could easily annihilate them as well. Ultimately, they managed to gather around an ascending soul phase cultivator. The man had quite a fascinating combination of elements. Just 2, but it was one of the strangest John had ever seen. Obviously, light and darkness was the most extreme example, but this man's fire and darkness cultivation was quite interesting. An insidious flame that sought to burn away everything he desired. But of course, that was only its intention. John found it akin to a more refined form of clinging affliction, but unfortunately the man didn't have enough power to completely resist. He might be able to cause John some trouble, but if there was a layer of water between them, he couldn't do very much. John was mostly controlling the pressure of the water on the ship, and he didn't have to be intermingled with every bit of it. His actual position was just beneath the vessel, clinging to the position closest to the captives. Saving them was the most important task, so he devoted maximum attention to their position. Sound echoed through the water to his own spiritual energy. Do you even know who you are dealing with? John was impressed. He hadn't thought people could embody a trope so well. He could practically feel the arrogance radiating off of the man, someone who was about to be crushed to death. John pulled back the water for a moment, then let it rush forward with greater strength. However, he targeted not the ascending soul phase cultivator, but some of those next to him. The overall power of the group fell as more perished. It is not me that you should fear. Well, at least he wasn't entirely stupid then. It is the power of the dash. John was confused to not know a word. He'd transmigrated into this world speaking the language. It did occur to him that it was weird they had a single planet-spanning language, but cultivators traveled far and wide. They could have done so for countless centuries as empires rose and fell. But ultimately, it didn't matter. Fortkran Tenebach had been kind of a terrible person, but he was well taught. He knew his own language very well, and for those few words he didn't already know, he could pick them out with context. Obviously, the word was a person or group, but it wasn't an elemental descriptor or anything of the sort. John increased the pressure. He was physically forcing the remaining cultivators closer to the man. Their spiritual energy wasn't compatible enough that they could function perfectly in such close quarters, so it would be increasingly uncomfortable for all of them even if they weren't crushed just yet. Tell me why you think that matters. When you are here and dash, John used the new word. Some pieces sounded familiar. It wouldn't take long to figure it out once he wasn't focusing on controlling so much spiritual energy, he imagined. They are not. The man looked shocked, as if he couldn't comprehend why John wasn't afraid. But if there was someone that could kill him from afar, they would have already done so. No, why would they even have subordinates doing anything? The exalted pillars of the sovereign primacy will strike you down once they learn of this. Did they have those exalted soul phase cultivators? Maybe they were new, or the previous war hadn't been serious. However, that seemed unlikely. At least John confirmed the plural. They have already chosen to act against me. Why would my response make the results any different? Well, dash. John reinforced the body of the ship with his spiritual energy, because otherwise the enchantments wouldn't be able to keep up when he amplified the pressure once more. As it was, he collapsed doors because he didn't bother with anything non-structural. Wood didn't easily succumb to pressure, but everything had a limit, including the man whose name John never bothered to get. The pressure helped offset the spiritual energy bursting out of the corpses. John took a few moments to extinguish the fires aboard the ship, including some of the man's power that had ignited the water. Then he pushed the vessel upward, making use of what buoyancy the air on the lower decks had to ease his task. He cleared out most of the water once the vessel settled on the surface, then headed below decks. He found the keys to the restraints on the corpses as he passed by. The prisoners weren't surprised to see him, because even if they couldn't actively sense anything, it would have been impossible to not notice what he did. Even if he didn't personally know most of them, they'd probably seen him during a tournament, and it wouldn't take many guesses regardless. There were precisely 2 exalted soul phase cultivators that practiced 6 elements, and only one of them should be here. Though it did concern John that there might be more other exalted soul phase cultivators they were now at war with, it also wasn't entirely unexpected. Everyone tried to tell him what happened all at once. John could guess well enough. "You can sail the ship?" he asked. A cultivator from the Shimmering Islands looked at him like he asked if she could walk. John was pretty sure Turtle learned to swim about the same time as he could walk. Actually, sailing might not have been quite that early, but close enough. Just get back home. I'll take a look at potential dangers for you before you go. Make sure you grab everything they have as you clean up. He waved generally towards the cultivators above. Any cultivation methods would be copied if they could. Some didn't really work without infusing insights directly into the pages. Or at least, progress would be slower. It was like having a personal teacher rather than a textbook. Obviously, they wouldn't get anyone to actually teach them. John flew up into the skies, confirmed Steve and Justina had already reached one of their target vessels, and made certain that there weren't any other ships fleeing the northern shores. The route back should be safe, as long as everyone returning properly displayed their spiritual energy. Otherwise, they would risk being killed. John let them go with that warning as he went after the ship that was now the furthest. Triptych. That was the word. It was an art phrase for paintings that came in 3 parts. Triumvirate might be more appropriate when referring to cultivators and leaders, but maybe they thought they had become art upon reaching the exalted soul phase. Previously, John would have thought that insane. Cultivators could be eccentric, but that was a bit much. On the other hand, his own fusion of elements did feel beautiful. Describing it as art might not be a stretch. If some of this trio were already inclined in that direction, it wasn't as crazy of a name to take as he supposed. There might be other implications than the English translation, but John would have to look up the word in a dictionary. It simply wasn't one that cultivators used often. Triptych might also imply they functioned as a single entity, though John doubted it was literally. The idea of unity was good optics for their group, though. As John neared the second ship, he considered who this trio might be. He'd learned as many names of powerful cultivators from the sovereign primacy as he could during the previous war. It was possible that some names hadn't come up. They should be new exalted soul phase cultivators within the past few decades, because otherwise they should have been bragged about. Were there any 3 that were close enough to form such a group and of sufficient talent? John had some ideas, but it would be easier to just ask. Or he could pretend he knew and judge the reactions of certain individuals to see if they were wrong. 2 ascending soul phase cultivators this time. What a shame for the sovereign primacy that they were going to lose so much. John hoped that the continental forces hadn't suffered too many losses. None of their ascending soul phase cultivators appeared to have been captured, but that didn't mean none died. The muted crags had only recovered recently, though the fleets patrolling the area should have helped. They hadn't anticipated this much all at once, though. And while John was away, it could have been a coincidence, or there were some spies. Probably the spies. John readied himself to fight. He didn't think he could manage the same thing he'd done before, not with 2 ascending soul phase cultivators. Strong ones, too. One was water and darkness elements, a fairly traditional pairing. The other, John was surprised to find that she was at the peak of the ascending soul phase with 3 elements that weren't an allied cycle: air, earth, and fire. Should he expect everything to feed into fire, then? It wouldn't matter if the second ship was destroyed. He could carry back the prisoners by hand. He just wanted to avoid carrying people between battlefields, and the first one had been easy enough. There was only one element the 2 didn't have between them. John found he didn't use light quite as much as he should. It was still new to him, even though he had a totem. Yes, light would be good, and he would need to manipulate other elements for it to flow perfectly. John wasn't enough of a physics geek to know the full mechanics behind a laser, but forcing a large amount of light element in one direction would do for the moment. He'd seen people perform plenty of attacks, though they were often restricted by the refraction of the air or water. John was instead going to take advantage of it by adding vacuum. His attack appeared to be going in a straight line towards the water and darkness cultivator. Both responded together, creating a multiple layers of defenses. At the last moment, John's light-based attack refracted through a layer of water, suddenly moving at a different angle. It didn't turn, it just was. If he had forced it to actually curve or change to a specific direction, he would have spent far more energy on it. The beam hit them at an angle they didn't quite expect. The darkness cultivator had that element layered between sheets of her own water, which meant when the darkness detonated, all of her defenses were annihilated. However, the inner layer did protect her sufficiently. John, of course, wasn't done. He was approaching even as they shielded against him. He wanted to overwhelm the 2 of them before the consolidated soul phase cultivators could join in, but sadly that didn't work out. He landed atop a light cultivator, kicking the man into another as his sword swept wide arcs around him, cutting down person after person. John could avoid collateral destruction if he was working together with his opposites, but he wasn't quite powerful enough to avoid that here. Or at least, it wasn't worth the risk. He was right about the strange tri-element user using fire. And if she'd had 6 totems to create an even combination, it might have actually worked out. She certainly had explosive power as 2 supporting elements flowed into fire. She would have absolutely been devastated by Steve or Justina. John was just stronger, though. She clearly had experience fighting against water, and his first few efforts to flood and freeze here were neutralized with lightning and heat. So John attacked her where she was weakest, her earth element. Not only was that her single totem, but it was also merely transitionary. He petrified her own spiritual energy before she could set it alight, converting it into a form that was difficult to burn. That meant she was spending almost 60% of her spiritual energy flow failing to activate the other 40% to its fullest potential. Of course, she didn't let him do that. But while she was blocking his sword and throwing daggers, she left openings. The water and darkness cultivator tried to disappear. She was pretty good at blending in with background elements, but pretty good wasn't sufficient for fighting John. Perfection was required. When she tried to grab him with a net, he dragged her companion into the way. Then he stabbed his sword through the tri-element cultivator in the moment before she could become disentangled. John was still being overwhelmed with consolidated soul phase cultivators, so he couldn't immediately focus on the second woman. They all had to die anyway, so it was a perfectly fine battle strategy. The ascending soul phase cultivator merely did something unexpected. John hadn't predicted it, because it wasn't a risk to him. She ran. She jumped right over the railing of the ship and slipped into the water. John could have caught her, but he wouldn't also be able to save the people aboard. Someone was already below decks, preparing to slaughter the prisoners. John cut his way through the ship to reach them. He also happened to cut through some of the hull of the ship in the process. Though he kept his power from going deep enough to harm the captives, John grabbed the man, who had raised up a wicked-looking dagger to slaughter a young earth cultivator. We're going to have none of that. He cut off the man's hands. Then he thought about how hard it would be to put restraints on him like that and cut off his head. He could interrogate someone else anyway. By the time he was done, John had captured 6 people. The ship was chopped to bits and the sails had long been burned. The water and darkness cultivator might be better served as a warning. The sovereign primacy had to already know he was a 6-element exalted soul phase cultivator. It wasn't as if she could give away any specific techniques. John had already been pretty fluid before reaching 6 elements. Now, it was natural, though he still practiced a few of his self-created techniques. John looked at his captives and freed allies. Another war already? Well, he supposed the windswept sea had hardly counted. 3 exalted soul phase cultivators was going to be pretty tough, though. He'd have to see if Aldera was willing to help take them out. The sovereign primacy had been trouble for the empire of elements in the past. If not, they were going to have to be very creative. John was confident in facing 1 exalted soul phase cultivator, but 3 was pretty arrogant. Chapter 520. An exhausted Steve and Xianxia showed up Erdcliff a few hours after John made it back. The damage was extensive, though things hadn't gotten nearly as far as the sovereign primacy's previous assault on the muted crags. Then again, it was likely that this particular attack had been more of a probing operation. Word had come of attacks on other locations on the northern edge of the continent. Xianxia summarized it as best as possible. The cultivation surge seems to have hit them just as strongly as everyone else. So many new ascending soul phase cultivators. John leaned back in his chair. He'd have to meet with local leaders later, but he had to at least relax a little before then. And there was nowhere better to vent than surrounded by friends. I hope they don't have so many ascending soul phase cultivators they can just throw them away like this. Presumably they expected better results. Then again, if they really have 3 exalted soul phase cultivators. If the continent had time, they might have been able to make up for those numbers. They had quite a few people on the verge of advancing, such as it was. Unfortunately, they weren't so close that they could be expected to grow immediately. A war might spur them onward, or it might be their end. John didn't want to have to bet on things always going the right way, but the war seemed to have already begun. If they send any envoys demanding surrender, we'll have to delay them, John said. Or kill them, if we can't. At this point, they already have given themselves whatever excuse they want to attack us, even if it's merely us defending our borders. Steve was passed out. One of his best traits was the ability to call upon large amounts of his spiritual energy all at once. Of course, that meant he would run out faster, but it also meant he would defeat his opponents first. Xianxia stroked his hair as his head lay on her lap. It does appear we have little choice, Xianxia agreed. The only question is how we will respond. We bring troops, of course, but they couldn't afford to leave any of their borders undefended. Furthermore, keeping armies raised long-term was expensive both in terms of money and political capital. We might not be able to launch a counterattack at the moment, even if that would be the correct call. It was easier to defend territory one controlled. More forces could be brought to bear in a shorter time. That included those at the top, of course. They might have a decent chance fighting against this triptych near their own borders. John would have to be part of that, of course, and he would need as much support as possible. He was thinking humans and spirit beasts. He couldn't exactly ask people to risk their guardians, especially the sects and clans he was close to, but they might not be able to afford not to do so. The muted crags weren't happy, but they could hardly be angry at John. Even if he'd been at home in a strain, he would have been too far to respond to the current mess. He also saved them from even worse losses. They had reason to be upset, though. Even Arkitz was mad, and his sect hadn't lost anyone. The Silver Haze sect wasn't reachable immediately from the coast, despite its positioning. Most of the damage had happened to the patrolling vessels or in ports. Arkitz wasn't mad at anyone but himself. He had talent, power. He was angry at himself for not being in the right place at the right time. John didn't bother arguing with him. He did bring up some details of the Silver Haze sect. For the future, we will likely commission you to create bewildering formations, John said. Can you form them out at sea? Technically, yes, but we would need something to anchor them to. The coast is mostly clear of obstructions. We'll have to change that. I'm sure we can have people build something. Reshaping the local terrain was something that would take a nation vast quantities of work, even with cultivators. However, stronger cultivators could handle more of that. Quite some time before, they had terraformed an island in enemy territory in the middle of a war. Surely they could alter their own shores. As for why they hadn't done it before, even foreseeing the threat, it would have completely quashed trade. Maybe they should focus on better overland routes. Perhaps flight. The time for that sort of innovation wasn't in the middle of a war, though. Probably. John supposed that many advancements were made precisely because of war, but he'd have to consult people on whether it made sense. Covering their entire northern border would be difficult, and it might not even be enough. At least it was nearly impossible to attack the continent east of Erdcliff, as the frozen heights were just beyond. Then the Molten Sea not far after. Could the Molten Sea be drawn into this? They weren't really allies, but John could argue some value for mutual defense. He couldn't imagine they'd never receive trouble from the sovereign primacy, despite the difficulty of navigating the Molten Sea. John had to put his spiritual energy where his mouth was. Great spires of stone were formed out of sand and rock below. He had moved far to the west, near the territory of the Silver Haze sect. It was to be a testing ground for the plan, hasty as it was. John would have to engage in a lot of political maneuvering in the near future, but at least the southern coast should be on board given how they had recently been attacked themselves. And the central regions were closer to his influence, so he could probably manage something. If only they had some spare sky islands to toss over the northern coast. They would be great scout towers. John wondered if they could nudge around the actual sky islands to spread wider along the southern border. There were probably a million reasons it wouldn't work, but he might bring it up to Sitora first. At least she could laugh at him in private. Though if they could actually form more sky islands somehow, spreading them out wouldn't be bad. John thought he was onto something. It was crazy, of course, but the thing was that there were very few natural phenomena that cultivators couldn't replicate. He'd studied the physical components of the sky islands that kept them afloat without consuming huge volumes of spiritual energy. If they couldn't replicate that, they could at least make use of scouting balloons. They weren't a long-term solution, but catching enemies far from their shores would greatly improve their defensive strategies. Aren't you tired of managing things here? John asked Viriato. He had apologized for how often he was gone, and the fact that he wouldn't be sticking around even just after having returned from a trip to the Empire of Elements. Fatigue from any station may accumulate, Viriato shrugged. But I don't dislike managing the day-to-day, and I'm going to send petitioners up north to find you. John grinned. What a great plan. I'll be able to point to places and ask them what they're going to do to defend a particular length of shore. I can get people invested that way. I hadn't considered it quite like that, Viriato admitted. Think you can manage that? John thought for a few moments. We might be able to get people to pay for the privilege of fortifying a stretch of land. Of course, it would be just about the same amount they would otherwise have to contribute to the mutual defense. I would simply endeavor to make them feel better about it. Stumbling into interesting options was quite nice. If only it would be enough. John was aware he shouldn't worry about the future or fear the unknown, but he kept thinking about a trio of exalted soul phase cultivators. He'd already sent a message to the Empire of Elements, even if he was personally reluctant to ask for aid. It wouldn't do him or anyone he cared about any good if help came after they had been annihilated. "We should check on the Western Archipelago," John commented. "Perhaps they have some trouble with this group as well." If everyone they were trying to recruit asked for compensation, they would have to pay it. Bankrupting their coffers would be better than being taken over and having everything stolen anyway. Besides, he could make it sound like less of a threat the more groups they included. Whether or not that was true, he was uncertain. 3 exalted soul phase cultivators. Had that taken all of their resources, or were they merely beginning? Would there be more? It was a relief that they could consider the border with the molten sea secure, even if not the western edge of the continent. Not because of the western islands, but because it was the ocean. Nobody was stopping the sovereign primacy from just sailing all the way around. Except their own forces, of course. Neglecting the western and southern borders would be no good. John hardly expected the sovereign primacy to make it all the way around to the south, but they might do it. And the windswept sea might have been cowed recently, but there were more sects where the ones they crushed came from. Simply assuming that they were dealt with was like asking for disaster. John couldn't imagine handling all of this himself. If he didn't have a wide array of people he trusted to handle details, he would have gone mad. Trying to micromanage an entire continent's defense would have been simply foolish, no matter how competent he was. There would have to be 100 of him to even start. Though if there were 100 of him, he could just crush their enemies directly, so it wasn't quite like that. John remembered people comparing war to chess, back when he had been young, on Earth, and literally never expected to interact with war. In a world of cultivators, taking the king might still result in victory, but it wasn't a weak piece. Top cultivators were more like a fusion between king and queen, and maybe even a knight, able to attack from all angles. That applied in both directions. John and the other leaders wouldn't be easy to kill. Likewise, stopping the sovereign primacy meant they had to deal with 3 exalted soul phase cultivators that he had to presume were all similar in power to himself, or stronger. Killing them all might not be necessary, as they might cut their losses after one. Even significant injuries could be sufficient. On the other hand, they might continue until their last breaths. Provoking them to anger could result in them leveling entire regions in their anger before they were finally taken down. It really wasn't much like chess at all. Not unless there were special rules John didn't know about where the king could explode and wipe out a mountain. Things were stable for the next few months. Most likely, the sovereign primacy had waited some time for their fleets to return from Erdcliff. The other locations that were attacked, further west in the muted crags, the boiling springs, and as far around as the shining coast, had mixed results on dealing with their assailants. It depended in large part on which patrols had been nearby. Some were stronger, obviously. It wasn't possible to perfectly match the power of every group, not without mixing cultivators from different sects and clans together. That might create a homogenized, technically balanced set of sailing vessels, but they would probably all be weaker. Humans weren't machines, and even cultivators of the same rank from the same sect could be wildly different in strength. They just did the best they could, and sometimes that meant unbalanced forces. The locations that had already been attacked got the most reinforcements, but they weren't going to presume that would be the same in the future. Ships watched the seas, ready to carry squads of soldiers where they were needed. Others watched the skies, taking advantage of the far horizons to calculate enemy movements. They also had to watch for aerial attacks, because even a small number of ascending soul phase cultivators attacking a relatively undefended location away from the front lines would be a disaster. And if it was the exalted soul phase cultivators, well, they'd send everything they had after them if they had a real chance of catching them. That, of course, included John. It seemed that for the near future, he would be living on the northern coast. It wasn't the prettiest one, but he could cultivate anywhere. And being surrounded by large quantities of determined cultivators was motivating for him to grow even stronger. Every step he took could save many other lives. Perhaps that was why they felt so heavy.